Tonight, we delve into a story that serves as a stark reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. It's a personal narrative shared by someone who experienced it directly. The title itself sends a chill down your spine. On my camping trip in Pennsylvania was a deadly mistake. This isn't just about a bad camping trip. It's about a sequence of events that led to a potentially fatal outcome. Prepare yourself for a harrowing story. Let's roll the clip. My name is Alex, or at least, that's what I used to go by. These days, I don't feel much like Alex anymore. The person I was before that trip, he's gone. Swallowed whole by the suffocating green maze of the Pennsylvania wilderness and the horrors it hides just beneath its beautiful, deceptive surface. I used to love the outdoors. Really loved it. The smell of pine needles after rain, the crackle of a campfire under a star-dusted sky, the feeling of being utterly disconnected from the clamor and pressure of modern life, that was my drug. I chased that feeling constantly, always looking for deeper woods, remoter trails, a more profound sense of isolation. My friends called me reckless sometimes, pushing too far, staying out too long. Maybe they were right. Maybe I was just arrogant, convinced that my experience and my gear could conquer any challenge nature threw at me. How tragically wrong I was. This particular trip, the one that shattered everything, was planned for late October in a sprawling, notoriously wild section of the Allegheny National Forest. I'd heard stories, of course whispers about people getting lost, strange sightings, areas where compasses supposedly went haywire. But to me, those were just campfire tales, adding a thrilling edge to the adventure. I craved the solitude, the raw, untamed feel of a place largely untouched by paved roads and cell signals. My girlfriend, Sarah, had initially planned to come, but a last-minute work emergency forced her to back out. Part of me was disappointed, but another, darker part, the part that truly craved the ultimate isolation, felt a flicker of relief. This would be my trip, my test against the wilderness alone. I spent weeks prepping. Top-of-the-line tent, sub-zero sleeping bag, water filter, GPS device, though I prided myself on map and compass skills. Enough dehydrated food for a week even though I only planned on 4 days, a hunting knife strapped to my thigh, and bear spray clipped to my pack belt. I felt invincible, ready for anything. I told Sarah I'd check in via my satellite messenger every evening, a promise I intended to keep, mostly to ease her worries. I remember her hug goodbye felt tighter than usual, her voice laced with an anxiety I dismissed as typical pre-trip jitters. Just be careful, Alex. Really careful. That place. It has a weird reputation. I just grinned, kissed her, and told her I'd be back before she knew it was stories to tell. Oh, the irony. The drive up was uneventful, autumn painting the rolling hills in fiery shades of red, orange, and gold. Pulling into the gravel lot at the designated trailhead felt like crossing a threshold. My beat-up pickup truck was the only vehicle there. Good. Just the way I wanted it. Hoisting my heavy pack, I took a deep breath of the crisp, cool air, laced with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The trail started innocently enough, a well-trodden path winding through towering oaks and maples. But after a mile or so, I veered off, following a barely discernible game trail deeper into the woods, consulting my map and compass frequently. This was the real beginning. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Not silent exactly, but the usual forest chatter, bird song. Scurrying squirrels seemed muffled, subdued. The trees grew denser, ancient hemlocks and pines draped in moss, blocking out much of the sunlight even in the middle of the day. A peculiar stillness settled over the woods, thick and almost watchful. I tried to shake off the nascent unease, attributing it to the sudden immersion in true wilderness after months in the city. It was beautiful, undeniably so, in a stark, imposing way. But beneath the beauty, something felt off, like walking into a room where an argument just ended, the tension still palpable in the air. I found a small clearing near a meandering creek, a perfect spot, or so I thought. Flat ground, access to water, plenty of deadwood for a fire. As I started setting up my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. My eyes scanned the dense tree line surrounding the clearing, searching for deer, or maybe even a black bear, but I saw nothing, just shadows, deeper and darker than they should be under the afternoon sky. As dusk began to bleed through the canopy, I got a fire going. The cheerful crackle and pop was a comfort, pushing back the encroaching darkness and the unnerving quiet. I made dinner rehydrated chili, which tasted like gourmet cuisine after the long hike, and sat by the fire, watching the flames dance. The woods came alive with different sounds now, the hood of a distant owl, the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush, the gurgle of the nearby creek. Normal sounds, mostly, but occasionally, carried on the breeze, I'd hear something else. A snap of a twig too heavy for a squirrel, too deliberate for a falling branch. A low, guttural sound that wasn't quite a growl, but wasn't any animal I recognized either. I'd freeze, straining my ears, my hand hovering near the bare spray. But the sounds would fade, leaving only the crackling fire and the thumping of my own heart. I told myself it was just my imagination, amplified by the solitude and the fading light. Nerves. Happens to everyone on their first night alone in a truly remote place. I unrolled my sleeping bag inside the tent, checked the perimeter one last time with my headlamp, its beam cutting sharp. Temporary tunnels into the oppressive darkness, and zipped myself in. Sleep, however, was elusive. Every creak of a branch, every gust of wind against the nylon walls sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Sometime deep in the night, I was pulled from a light doze by a sound that made the hair on my neck stand on end. It wasn't loud, but it was close. A soft, wet scraping sound coming from just outside my tent. Like claws, or maybe fingernails, I dragging slowly across the fabric. My breath hitched. I lay perfectly still, heart hammering against my ribs, listening. The scraping continued for maybe 30 seconds, slow, methodical, exploring the contours of the tent wall just inches from my head. Then silence. Utter, profound silence, more terrifying than the sound itself. I didn't sleep again that night, lying rigid in my sleeping bag, knife clutched in my hand, waiting for the dawn that felt like it would never come. The first tendrils of gray light filtering through the trees were the most welcome sight I'd ever seen, but the relief was short-lived. The memory of that scraping sound and the chilling implication of what might have been making it clung to me like the morning mist. This was only the beginning. The forest had acknowledged my presence, and it didn't feel welcoming. It felt predatory. Dragging myself out of the tent as the sun climbed higher felt like emerging from a tomb. My limbs were stiff, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep, and every nerve felt frayed raw. The first thing I did, before even thinking about coffee, was circle the tent, meticulously examining the spot where I'd heard the scraping. My heart pounded with a mixture of dread and a desperate need for validation. Finding claw marks, torn fabric, anything tangible would have been terrifying, yes, but also proof that I wasn't losing my mind. But there was nothing. Not a scratch, not a scuff, not even a displaced speck of dirt on the dew-dampened nylon. The ground around the tent showed only my own boot prints from the previous evening. It was pristine, undisturbed. The lack of evidence was somehow more chilling than finding damage. Had I dreamt it? Imagine the whole thing in a sleep-deprived, paranoid state. I wanted to believe that, desperately, but the visceral memory of that sound, slow, deliberate, wet, refused to fade. It felt sickeningly real. The woods seemed different that morning. The sunlight filtering through the canopy, which should have been cheerful, instead cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe at the edges of my vision. The quiet wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy, pregnant, like the silence before a lightning strike. Even the birdsong sounded strained, hesitant. I forced myself through the motions of making breakfast, instant coffee that tasted like bitter ash, oatmeal that felt like glue in my mouth. Every rustle in the leaves made me jump, my head snapping towards the sound, hand instinctively reaching for the knife on my belt. I felt exposed, vulnerable, a tiny, insignificant speck in this vast, ancient forest that suddenly felt actively hostile. The feeling of being watched hadn't dissipated with the dawn. If anything, it had intensified, pressing in from all sides like a physical weight. My original plan had been to hike further upstream, explore a series of small waterfalls marked on my map. Part of me screamed to pack up, hike out as fast as my legs could carry me, get back to the truck, back to civilization. But another part, the stubborn, arrogant part that had gotten me into this mess, resisted. Running away felt like admitting defeat, letting the forest and my own fear win. Besides, I reasoned, maybe getting moving, focusing on navigation and the physical exertion of the hike would clear my head. Maybe the unease was just cabin fever, amplified by the isolation and the unsettling sounds of the night. So, I packed a day pack with essentials: water, snacks, first aid kit, compass, GPS, and yes, the bear spray and knife, and forced myself to leave the relative safety of my small clearing. The hike was a nightmare. Every step felt like wading through molasses. The forest floor seemed deliberately uneven, littered with hidden roots and loose rocks waiting to trip me. The air remained still and close, amplifying every sound. A woodpecker hammering on a dead tree sounded like gunshots. The wind sighing through the pines sounded like whispers, just unintelligible, constantly making me turn, expecting to see someone there. I kept catching flickers of movement in my peripheral vision, dark shapes darting between trees, vanishing the instant I tried to focus on them. Probably just deer, I told myself, or shadows playing tricks. But the sheer frequency of it, the feeling of intent behind the movement, wore down my resolve. Twice, I found strange arrangements of piled neatly by the side of the creek, small, unnatural cairns that hadn't been there yesterday, I was sure of it. And once, I saw tracks in a patch of soft mud near the water. They were large, vaguely humanoid but distorted, with claws I couldn't readily identify. Too big for a bear, wrong shape for a wolf or coyote. I stared at them, a cold dread coiling in my stomach, before scrubbing them out frantically with my boot, suddenly terrified of leaving any evidence that I had seen them. By mid-afternoon, my nerves were shot. The beauty of the waterfalls, when I finally reached them, was lost on me. The cascading water roared, but all I could hear was the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. The paranoia was no longer a background hum, it was a deafening roar. I felt hunted. I turned back, practically jogging the trail back towards my camp, constantly looking over my shoulder, the bear spray now clutched tightly in my hand, thumb resting on the trigger. The relief I felt upon seeing my tent still standing in the clearing was immense, but short-lived. Something was wrong. My main backpack, which I'd left zipped shut inside the tent vestibule, was now sitting several feet away, near the fire pit, zipped just as I'd left it, but undeniably moved. And my neatly stacked firewood, it was scattered, kicked around the edge of the clearing. Nothing was taken, nothing obviously damaged, but the message was cleared: something had been here. It knew I was here, and it could get to my things whenever it wanted. Panic finally overwhelmed denial. My hands shook as I fumbled for the satellite messenger. I had to contact Sarah, tell her something was wrong. Tell her what? That the woods felt creepy. That my firewood was messed up. It sounded insane, even to me. But I needed that connection, that reassurance that the outside world still existed. I powered it on, waiting impatiently for it to acquire a signal. Searching for satellite. The screen read. Minutes crawled by. No signal acquired. I tried again. I moved around the clearing, holding it high, pointing it in different directions. Nothing. It had worked perfectly fine when I tested it at home, and even briefly the day before. Now, dead air. The isolation slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. No way to call for help. No way to let anyone know where I was or that I was in trouble. I was well and truly alone out here, miles from the nearest road, with something that was deliberately messing with me. As dusk began to settle again, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, the temperature dropped sharply. The thought of spending another night in that tent, listening, waiting, filled me with a paralyzing terror. I built the fire up much larger this time, feeding it logs until it blazed, casting flickering, distorted shadows that danced menacingly at the edge of the clearing. I sat with my back against a large log, facing the tent and the encroaching darkness, my knife unsheathed on my lap, the bear spray in my hand. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of an owl, sent shivers down my spine. The forest seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. And then, as the last vestiges of twilight faded into impenetrable blackness beyond the firelight, I heard it again. Scrape. Scrape. Not on the tent this time. It was coming from the trees circling the clearing. Slow, deliberate, and much louder than the night before. It was moving, closing in. And this time, beneath the scraping, I heard something else. A low, wet chuckle that didn't sound remotely human. The deadly mistake wasn't just coming here, it was staying. And night 2 was just beginning. The fire roared, my only defiant beacon against the suffocating darkness, but it offered little comfort against the sounds that now relentlessly circled my tiny island of light. Scrape. Scrape. Chuckle. Louder now, closer. The scraping wasn't just claws on bark anymore. It sounded like bone grating against stone, a wet, jagged sound that vibrated deep in my chest. And the chuckle bit was a gurgling, phlegmy sound filled with a terrifying amusement, the sound of a predator enjoying its prey's fear. I stayed frozen, back pressed hard against the log, knife slick with sweat in one hand, bear spray shaking in the other. My eyes darted wildly, scanning the impenetrable wall of blackness just beyond the fire's reach, catching imagined movements in the flickering shadows. How long did this go on? Minutes, an hour. Time lost all meaning, stretched thin and taut like a nerve about to snap. The psychological torture was exquisite. It wasn't just trying to scare me, it was savoring it, drawing it out. It knew I was alone. It knew I was trapped. Then, the scraping stopped. The chuckling died away, replaced by that heavy, expectant silence again, only this time it felt infinitely more menacing. I strained my ears, listening over the crackle of the fire and the frantic hammering of my own heart. Nothing. Was it gone? Had it given up? A sliver of desperate hope flickered within me, instantly extinguished by a sudden, sharp crack of a large branch breaking directly behind me, on the opposite side of the fire. I spun around, raising my headlamp, its beam cutting through the smoke and darkness, and I saw it. Not clearly, not entirely, thank God, but enough. Enough to etch itself permanently onto the back of my eyelids. It wasn't an animal. Taller than a man, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long, jointed at unnatural angles. Its skin, or what I could see of it, looked pale, stretched taut over sharp bones, like wet parchment. It moved with a jerky, sickening fluidity, seeming to unfold itself from the shadows between two ancient pines. I couldn't make out a face, only a suggestion of one, dominated by what looked like a gaping, vertical maw filled with too many teeth. But the eyes, I saw the eyes, reflecting the firelight back at me. They were small, black, and devoid of any emotion save for a cold, calculating hunger. It tilted its head, a slow, curious gesture, and let out a low clicking sound, like insects chattering. That was it. The last thread of my composure snapped. I didn't scream. All the air left my lungs in a silent whoosh of pure terror. I scrambled backwards, tripping over the log, landing hard on the forest floor. The creature took a step forward, deliberate and unhurried. It knew I had nowhere to go. Abandoning everything, the tent, the pack, the fire, I surged to my feet and ran. I plunged blindly into the blackness, away from the clearing, away from that thing. Branches whipped at my face, tore at my clothes. Roots snagged my feet, sending me stumbling, falling, only to scramble up again, fueled by primal panic. Behind me, I could hear it, crashing through the underbrush with terrifying speed, snapping branches like twigs. It wasn't running, it was simply moving, covering ground far faster than seemed possible. The wet chuckling returned, closer now, echoing through the trees around me. I ran without direction, guided only by terror. The woods became a labyrinth, actively working against me. Thorns tore at my skin, low hanging branches seemed to deliberately strike at my head. The ground underfoot became treacherous, sucking at my boots, sending me sprawling into piles of damp, decaying leaves. I tried to use my compass, pulling it out while stumbling forward. But the needle spun erratically, useless. The GPS was still back at the camp. I was utterly lost, disoriented, hunted. The moonless, starless sky offered no guidance, hidden behind the dense canopy. At one point, I risked a glance back. 2 pinpricks of faint load in the darkness, steadily gaining. The eyes, it was still coming. Faster. Desperation clawed at me. I veered sharply, throwing myself into a thicket of mountain laurel, burrowing deep into the dense foliage, pulling branches over me, trying to disappear. I held my breath, clamping a hand over my mouth to stifle my ragged gasps. The crashing sounds grew louder, closer, then paused just yards from my hiding spot. I could hear it breathing, a wet, ragged sound like air being forced through punctured lungs. I could smell it, a rank odor of damp earth, decay, and something metallic like old blood. Minutes stretched into an eternity. It knew I was near. It was searching patiently. Then, unbelievably, the sounds began to recede, then proceed. Slowly and faster, crashing off into a different direction. Had it lost my trail? Or was this just another game? I didn't dare move for what felt like hours, shivering uncontrollably, huddled in the dirt and leaves, until the first faint hints of gray began to filter through the trees. When I finally crawled out, stiff, scratched, and utterly broken, I had no idea where I was. I just picked a direction and started walking, stumbling like a zombie. Every shadow seemed to hold menace, every sound sent fresh waves of panic through me. It took hours, maybe half a day, before I stumbled, literally, onto a muddy, rutted logging track. I nearly wept with relief. I followed it, pushing myself forward with the last dregs of adrenaline until, impossibly, I heard the distant sound of an engine. A beat-up pickup truck, driven by a pair of bewildered hunters, found me collapsed on the side of the track miles from where I'd parked my own vehicle. They took me back to the nearest town, to the sheriff's office. I tried to explain, babbling about the sounds, the figure, the chase. They listened patiently, exchanged knowing glances, and talked about beers, hypothermia, the tricks isolation can play on the mind. They sent a ranger team out later, who found my abandoned campsite. The tent was shredded, my gear strewn about, ripped and broken. Fair sign, they concluded officially, but the report noted, almost as an afterthought, the complete lack of actual bear tracks anywhere near the site. They never found my backpack or the satellite messenger. I never went back to Pennsylvania. I rarely go outside at all anymore. The woods, the quiet, the darkness, they aren't places of solace for me now. They are places where the thing lives, hunts, waits. Sarah tried to help, but she couldn't understand the depth of the terror, the certainty that what I saw was real. We drifted apart. My friends think I had a breakdown. Maybe I did, but I know what I saw in the Allegheny National Forest. I know what hunted me. Sometimes late at night when the house is quiet, I think I can still hear it, a faint, wet scraping sound from just outside the window, carried on the wind. It's a reminder that my camping trip wasn't just a mistake. It was an intrusion into a place I didn't belong, a place governed by older, hungrier rules. I survived somehow, but I left a part of myself back in those woods, forever running, forever hunted, and I know with a certainty that chills me to the bone that it's still out there, waiting. They tell me writing it down might help. Therapy, they call it. A way to process the trauma, to distinguish reality from Mugwell, from whatever it was. But how can I process something that refuses to leave? It lingers, you see. Not just in my mind, not just in the recurring nightmares that jolt me awake, drenched in sweat that smells faintly, sickeningly, of rotten eggs. It's in the air I breathe, a phantom scent that follows me everywhere, a constant reminder of that trip, of the mistake we made. My name is Mateo Perez, or at least that's the name on the forms they slide under my door. Some days I feel like Mateo. Other days I feel like a frayed nerve ending, twitching at shadows, forever peering over my shoulder, waiting for those eyes to find me again. Madmen, hallucinating. That's what the charts say. That's what my friends, my former friends, probably whisper about me now. Maybe they're right. God, I hope they're right. But deep down, in that cold, hollow place where the fear resides, I know what I saw near Sulfur Spring. And it wasn't a trick of the light, or too much bad water, or a mind cracking under the strain of too little sleep. It was real. And it saw me. It all started, as most disasters do, innocently enough. Just 4 friends planning a weekend escape. There was Liam, the meticulous planner, the one who always had the topographical maps and the best gear. Sarah, the eternal optimist, always ready with a joke or a cheerful anecdote, the glue that kept our little group together. And then there was Chloe, quiet, observant, with a surprising knowledge of local folklore and weird history, something she usually kept tucked away behind a shy smile. And me, Matteo. I guess I was the impulsive one, the one always chasing the next experience, the next thrill. The idea was simply to find a dark sky spot, away from the city lights, to watch the Riker comet. It was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime celestial event, a brilliant streak across the heavens, and we weren't going to miss it. Liam, naturally, took charge of location scouting. He spent hours hunched over his laptop, cross-referencing light pollution maps with campsite availability and accessible wilderness areas. Got it! He announced one evening, tapping triumphantly on his screen. Clinton County, Pennsylvania, near a place called Loganton. There's a state forest area, incredibly remote, minimal light pollution. And get this, there's a natural sulfur spring nearby. Adds a bit off character. Sulfur Spring. The name itself should have been a warning, shouldn't it? A place named for the stench of the underworld. But we laughed it off. Adds character. Sarah chuckled. Or just makes everything smell like forgotten hard-boiled eggs. Adventure, I declared, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. Think of the stories! Camping by a stinky spring to watch a comet! It was Chlu who brought up the legend. She'd been unusually quick while Liam presented his findings. Then, hesitantly, she mentioned something she'd stumbled across on some obscure local history forum while double-checking the area's details. There's a story. She began, fiddling with the strap of her bag, about the spring, an old one, Native American, I think. We leaned in, intrigued despite ourselves. Chlu wasn't prone to flights of fancy. Apparently, she continued, her voice low. Long ago, a warrior fell in love with a maiden from a rival tribe. Their love was forbidden, of course. They used to meet secretly near the spring, but they were discovered. In the ensuing conflict, the maiden was killed. She paused, glancing at us to gauge our reactions. Liam looked skeptical, Sarah sympathetic, and I was just eating up a bit of local color to spice up the trip. The warrior. Chlu went on. Was devastated. He cursed the spot, cursed the moon and stars that had witnessed their love and then her death. Some versions say a powerful shaman intervened, twisting his grief and rage. The legend claims he was transformed into a creature, a guardian of the spring, a bound to it, a serpent. Liam scoffed, rolling his eyes. Okay, getting a bit dramatic now, aren't we? Not just any serpent. Chlu insisted, a little firmer now. A huge one. Scaly greenish, with horns like a buck's antlers and glowing yellow eyes. They call it the sulfur serpent. Catchy. Sarah offered, trying to lighten the mood. And the kicker. Chloe looked directly at me, then Liam. The legend says it only appears, only truly manifests when the stars align in a certain way, during potent celestial events, like a major comet passing overhead. Silence. For a moment, the hum of Liam's laptop seemed unnaturally loud. Then Liam burst out laughing. Oh, come on, a horned snake monster triggered by comets. That's pure campfire story nonsense. I joined in the laughter, though a tiny irrational sliver of unease pricked at the back of my mind. Yeah, coolo. Sounds like something you'd cook up to scare us city slickers. Sarah punched my arm playfully. Don't be mean. It's interesting. Creepy, but interesting. Chloe shrugged, retreating back into her quiet shell. Just thought you should know. The forum post mentioned people going missing near there over the years, especially during meteor showers or eclipses. Locals apparently avoid the spring area after dark, particularly during, times like this comet. Superstition, Liam declared firmly, closing his laptop. probably cooked up to keep tourists away from a smelly patch of woods. We're going. Best viewing spot for 100 miles. And that was that. The legend was dismissed, relegated to the realm of quaint, harmless folklore. A funny story to tell around the campfire, nothing more. We focused on gathering supplies, tents, sleeping bags, freeze-dried meals, bug spray, and, crucially, telescopes and binoculars for comet gazing. Liam packed extra water filters, mentioning the sulfur content might make the spring water unpalatable. He didn't seem concerned about anything else. Looking back, the casual disregard, the outright mockery of a warning centuries old date, that was our first mistake. The arrogance of it. We were educated, modern people. We knew better than to believe in horned serpents summoned by comets. We were so sure of ourselves, so terribly, fatally wrong. The faint smell of sulfur that always seems to cling to me now, it's a constant, suffocating reminder of that certainty, and how fragile it truly was. The drive deeper into Pennsylvania felt like shedding layers of civilization. Paved highways gave way to county roads, cracked asphalt bleeding into gravel tracks that rattled the suspension and our nerves. Cell signal bars dwindled one by one until Liam's phone, mounted proudly on the dash, displayed nothing but no service. A digital declaration of our isolation. We passed fewer houses, more boarded-up general stores and rusting farm equipment reclaimed by weeds. The forest thickened, pressing close to the road, ancient trees forming dense canopies that dappled the sunlight into shifting, uncertain patterns. It felt less like heading to somewhere and more like driving away from everything else. We stopped for gas at a place that we qualified as a station, 2 ancient pumps, under a sagging tin roof, attached to a dimly lit store where the only visible occupant was a grizzled old man staring blankly at a flickering television screen. He barely acknowledged us as Liam paid, his eyes lingering on our city car, our brightly colored outdoor gear. Headed up near Loganton, he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. Liam nodded, cheerful despite the man's unsettling demeanor. Yeah, camping near Sulphur Spring. Going to watch the comet. The old man's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his pale eyes. He spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the stained concrete near Liam's hiking boots. Sulphur Spring, he repeated, drawing the words out. Folks around here mostly leave that place be, especially now. He gestured vaguely upwards with his chin towards the clear afternoon sky where the comet would soon blaze. Bad air up there. Bad water. Bad history. He turned back to his television without another word, the dismissal absolute. We piled back into the car, the mood slightly dampened. Charming fellow. Sarah muttered, trying to break the tension. A just local color. Liam insisted, though his grip on the steering wheel seemed tighter. Every remote place has its grumpy hermit. Chloe, however, was quiet in the back seat, looking out the window at the dense woods rushing past. I caught her eye in the rearview mirror. She didn't offer a comforting smile, just a troubled frown. I felt it too, a loam of anxiety beneath the excitement. Bad air, bad water, bad history. The words echoed the legend she'd shared. Finding the turnoff Liam had marked was tricky. It was little more than a deer trail, barely wide enough for the car, branches scraping against the paintwork like skeletal fingers. The air changed almost immediately. Even with the windows up, the faint, pervasive scent of sulfur began to seep in. It wasn't overpowering yet, more like a metallic tang, the smell of a struck match lingering just out of sight. The trail opened into a small clearing, bordered on one side by a sluggish, dark stream on the other by the spring itself. It wasn't a picturesque bubbling fountain. It was more like a wound in the earth, a pool of unnaturally still, slightly discolored water weeping from a cluster of mossy rocks. The ground around it was stained yellowish-white in patches, and the sulfur smell was definitely stronger here, hanging heavy and damp in the air. The woods crowded close, tall, silent pines and oaks, forming a dense wall around the clearing. It was beautiful in a wild, untamed way, but there was an undeniable weight to the place, a stillness that felt less peaceful and more watchful. We spilled out of the car, stretching cramped limbs. Well, Liam announced, clapping his hands together, trying to inject some enthusiasm. Home sweet home for the weekend. Smell that freshed up sulfur air. Sarah forced a laugh. It's bracing. Setting up camp felt like an intrusion. The hammering of tent pegs echoed too loudly. Our voices seemed swallowed by the thick silence of the trees. Liam scouted for firewood while Sarah and Chloe started unpacking the food. I found myself drawn towards the spring. The water looked oily, reflecting the sky in a distorted, murky way. Tiny bubbles occasionally broke the surface, releasing little puffs of the eggy gas. I dipped a finger in. It was surprisingly cold, almost unnaturally so for a shallow, sun-dappled pool. I wouldn't, Chalou said quietly, coming up beside me. The smell is one thing, but who knows what minerals are leaching into that? Liam returned, arms laden with dry branches. Exactly. Filter everything. Double filter if you use the stream water. I packed plenty of bottled water for drinking, but for washing up or coffee, filter it thoroughly. He glanced at the spring. Definitely don't drink that stuff straight. Did I listen? Mostly. We used the bottled water Lamb brought for drinking. But later that evening, washing my hands in the stream downhill from the spring, I cupped some water, drawn by a strange curiosity. It tasted faintly metallic, earthy, with that underlying sulfur tang. I spat most of it out, but some definitely went down. I didn't think anything of it then, just dirty creek water. But later I wondered, did that small sip open a door? Did it attune me somehow to the wrongness of that place? The first night was uneventful mostly. We built a roaring campfire, the flames pushing back the encroaching darkness, and the chill that seemed to emanate from the woods themselves. We ate, we talked, we even joked again about the sulfur serpent, Liam doing a ridiculous impression involving waving twigs as horns. But the laughter felt strained, too loud. Every snap of a twig in the forest beyond the firelight made me jump. The sulfur smell seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes barely noticeable, other times catching in the back of my throat. Later, tucked into my sleeping bag, sleep wouldn't come easily. The silence wasn't complete. There were furtive rustlings, the distant hoot of an owl, sounds that should have been comforting but felt off. Once, I thought I heard something heavier moving through the undergrowth, something that didn't sound like a deer, a slow, dragging sound. I told myself it was the wind, or my imagination working overtime, fueled by Clue's story and the creepy old gas station attendant. But I lay awake for a long time, staring at the roof of the tent, the faint scent of sulfur seeming to seep through the nylon. The next day, the day of the comet, dawned bright and clear. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to lift slightly with the sunlight. We hiked a nearby trail, explored the woods away from the spring, trying to recapture the simple joy of being outdoors. Yet, the feeling of being watched persisted, at least for me. A flicker of movement glimpsed from the corner of my eye, the uncanny silence of birds in certain patches of forest, the way shadows seemed to pool too deeply even in the middle of the day. I found strange tracks near the edge of camp, not deer, not bear, something oddly serpentine but too wide, the earth disturbed as if something heavy had dragged itself along. I pointed them out to Liam. He squinted, then shrugged. Probably just erosion or a fallen branch dragging. You're letting that story get to you, Mateo. Sarah agreed, telling me to relax and enjoy the perfect weather for the comet tonight. Chloe said nothing, just studied the marks with a thoughtful expression before looking nervously towards the spring. As dusk began to settle, excitement mounted. We set up the telescope Liam had painstakingly transported, fiddling with lenses, consulting star charts. The sky was a perfect, cloudless canvas, deepening from azure to indigo. We ate dinner quickly, anticipation buzzing between us. Liam and Sarah were focused entirely on the celestial show, their earlier dismissal of the legend seemingly complete. Clue was quieter than usual, her gaze drifting often towards the spring and the darkening woods surrounding it. And me, I tried to share their excitement. I really did. But the setting sun seemed to paint the trees in menacing shades of red and purple. The sulfur smell felt stronger again, coiling in the cooling air. The memory of the old man's warning, clues, legend, the dragging sound in the night, the strange tracks, it all coalesced into a knot of dread in my stomach. I kept glancing away from the northwestern sky, where the comet was due to appear, my eyes drawn inexorably towards the murky, silent spring and the impenetrable woods beyond. The air grew cold. The first stars pricked the twilight veil. The deadly mistake wasn't just camping here, dismissing the legend. The mistake was staying. The mistake was looking up at the sky, oblivious, while something else might be stirring in the ancient darkness below. The main event was about to begin, both in the heavens and, I feared, on the sulfur-stained earth where we stood. Then it appeared, a smudge against the deepening twilight, rapidly brightening. The Riker comet. It was magnificent. Even through the haze of my own fear, I couldn't deny its cosmic grandeur. A brilliant, fuzzy head, brighter than any star, trailed by a ghostly, ethereal tail that stretched across a vast swathe of the heavens. Liam and Sarah gasped, instantly captivated, their faces upturned, binoculars pressed to their eyes. "Incredible," Liam breathed, already fiddling with his camera settings. "Look at the eye and tail, you can just make it out." "It's beautiful," Sarah whispered, awestruck. Absolutely worth the trip. Even Chlo seemed momentarily drawn in, her quiet nervousness eclipsed by the celestial spectacle. They were lost in it, pointing, murmuring technical details, sharing binoculars, completely absorbed by the light millions of miles away. But I couldn't stay focused. My gaze kept snapping back to the dark patch of earth that held the spring. The comet's light, pale and ghostly, seemed to cast the familiar clearing in alien luminescence, deepening shadows, making the familiar seem threateningly strange. And the smell. Oh God, the smell. As the comet climbed higher, reaching its zenith, the faint tang of sulfur erupted into a thick, cloying stench. It was suddenly overwhelming, like the earth itself had exhaled a lungful of putrescence. It burned my nostrils, coated the back of my throat. I gagged, stumbling back a step. "Whoa, what is that?" Sarah lowered her binoculars, wrinkling her nose. Did the spring just burp? Liam sniffed the air, frowning. Atmospheric conditions, maybe. Temperature inversion trapping the gas. Weird. He raised his binoculars again, dismissing it. "Doesn't matter. Look." But it wasn't just the smell. A sound began to bubble up from the spring, a low, wet, guttural noise like mud boiling. It was accompanied by a faint hissing, like steam escaping under pressure, that seemed to emanate from the tree line nearest the water. My skin crawled. Every nerve ending screamed danger. "Did you hear that?" My voice tight. "Hear what?" Liam asked distractedly, focused on the comet. "Probably just gas bubbles in the spring, Mateo." Relax, but I couldn't relax. My eyes were fixed on the edge of the spring now, where the dark water met the stained earth. The bubbling grew louder, more frantic. And then I saw it. Movement. Something long and thick slid silently from the darkest shadows beneath the pines, moving with an unnatural fluidity, like liquid shadow given form. It wasn't fast, but deliberate, inexorable. It was huge. Far bigger than any snake I could imagine, thick as a tree trunk, covered in large, overlapping scales that seemed to shimmer wetly even in the dim light, catching the comet's eerie glow in shades of sickly green and brown. It coiled partially at the edge of the spring, the sulfur-tainted water barely disturbed by its immense bulk. And then it raised its head. Clue's legend hadn't done it justice. The head was wedge-shaped, reptilian, but crowned with a rack of dark, gnarled horns like the antlers of a diseased stag, silhouetted against the comet-lit sky. But the eyes are what broke me. They weren't just glowing yellow, they were twin orbs of molten gold, burning with ancient malice and an intelligence that felt utterly alien, fixed on me, directly on me. Ignoring my friends, ignoring the celestial fireworks overhead, it saw me. In that instant I felt pinned, dissected by that ancient, predatory gaze. The world narrowed to those two burning points of light, the suffocating stench of sulfur and the frantic hammering of my own heart. Time seemed to stop. I couldn't breathe, move, couldn't scream. I was trapped in the sulfur serpent's gaze. How long it lasted, I don't know. Seconds, an eternity. Then, as slowly and silently as it appeared, It lowered its horned head and flowed back into the oppressive darkness of the woods, its massive body displacing shadows, leaving only the intensified stench and the vilely bubbling spring as evidence it had ever been there. The spell broke. Air rushed back into my lungs in a ragged gasp. "Did you see it?" I finally choked out, stumbling backwards, pointing a trembling finger towards the woods. "Right there! By the spring! Huge! The serpent! Liam!" Sarah and Chloe finally turned, startled by my outburst. They stared eyes wide into the empty darkness where I pointed. The bubbling sound had subsided, leaving only the chirping of crickets and the faint whisper of the breeze. The overwhelming stench seemed to lessen slightly, or perhaps they were just becoming accustomed to it. "See what, Mathieu?" Liam asked, lowering his binoculars, his voice laced with concern, but also irritation at having his comet viewing interrupted. "There's nothing there, but it was just there. Green, scales, the horns, the eyes." I babbled, my voice escalating into near hysteria. "The sulfur serpent. It looked right at me." Sarah approached me cautiously, placing a hand on my arm. "Mathieu, calm down. There's nothing there. You're shaking like a leaf. Maybe you just saw a shadow. The comet light is playing tricks." "Tricks? That was no trick!" I shook her hand off. "It was real. You have to believe me." Chloe looked pale, her eyes wide as she stared at the spot, then back at me. A flicker of uncertainty in her expression, but Liam stepped forward, his face hardening. "Mathieu, stop it. You're scaring Sarah. Look, maybe you drank some of that spring water earlier. Or maybe you're just exhausted, spooked by the legend." "No, I saw it." I insisted, desperation clawing at me. They weren't listening. They didn't believe. They thought I was crazy. The rest of the night was torture. The comet blazed on, unseen by me. I refused to take my eyes off the tree line, convinced the serpent was still there, watching. My friends tried to reason with me, then grew quiet, exchanging worried glances. They stayed near the fire, huddled together, casting nervous looks my way. The trust, the easy camaraderie of our group, had shattered in an instant, replaced by suspicion and fear, their fear of me. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow seemed to coil. Every rustle of leaves was its scales on the forest floor. The sulfur smell, which they claimed had mostly dissipated, clung to me, thick and suffocating. We packed up in record time as soon as the first gray light of dawn touched the sky. The tension was unbearable. No one spoke much. Liam avoided my eyes. Sarah offered hesitant, piting smiles. Chloe just looked haunted. The drive back was a blur of silence, and the churning replay of those glowing yellow eyes in my mind. Back in the city, things only got worse. My friends tried, initially. Calls concerned text, but I couldn't stop talking about it. Couldn't shake the terror, the certainty, and I couldn't get rid of the smell. No matter how much I showered, how much I aired out my apartment, everything carried a faint, phantom scent of sulfur. To them, it was proof of my delusion. To me, it was proof of its reality, a mark left on me by that gaze. They distanced themselves. Whispers turned into outright avoidance. Concern shifted to exasperation, then to fear. Psychotic break, stress-induced hallucination, needs help. I heard the terms drifting back to me. Eventually, the call stopped. My insistence cost me my friends, my job, my grip on the life I knew. Now, I write this down like they tell me to. They say it will help me accept it was a hallucination, a product of fear, and maybe bad water near Sulphur Spring. But I know what I saw. The sulfur serpent is real. It haunts that spring, drawn out by the passage of comets, just like the legend says. Dismissing that legend, staying out under its sky, that was our deadly mistake. My friends escaped unscathed because it wasn't interested in them. It looked at me. Its gaze burned itself into my soul. And sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I catch a whiff of sulfur on the air, stronger than usual. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that somewhere deep in the woods of Pennsylvania, or perhaps only in the ruined landscape of my mind, those glowing yellow eyes are still watching, waiting. They tell you to talk about it. Therapists, well-meaning friends, even that bartender who overheard too much one night. Get it out, William, they say. It'll help. Help what exactly? Help me sleep through the night without waking up drenched in sweat, the echo of that sound bouncing around my skull. Help me walk through the woods behind my own house without my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. No, talking doesn't help. It just makes it real again, drags it kicking and screaming from the dark corners where I try to keep it locked away. But maybe writing it down is different. Maybe if I frame it, put it into words, I can make it seem like just a story, something that happened to someone else, a campfire tale. Yeah, let's try that. My name is William Thompson. Or it was. I mean, it still is legally. But I don't feel like that guy anymore. The guy who went camping in Potter County, Pennsylvania looking for something. Peace, maybe. Authenticity. Escape. I don't know. All the buzzwords people use when their comfortable lives start to feel like sandpaper rubbing their nerves raw. I worked in finance. Numbers, spreadsheets, sterile office environments, the constant low hum of servers and fluorescent lights. It was soul-crushing, the sheer predictability of it all. Every day bleeding into the next. I craved the opposite. I craved silence, real silence, not just the absence of office chatter. I wanted dirt under my nails, the smell of pine needles, the feeling of being utterly, completely alone and self-reliant. I became obsessed with the idea of true wilderness. Not the state parks with their designated trails and RV hookups and ranger stations. No, I wanted something raw, untamed. I started researching the most remote places on the East Coast, places where you could hike for days and not see another soul. That's how I landed on Potter County. God's country, they call it, famous for its stargazing, the dark sky landscape, huge tracts of state forest, mountainous terrain, minimal development. It sounded perfect, remote, challenging, exactly the kind of reset I thought I needed. I read about the vast forests, the steep valleys, the difficulty of navigating off trail. It didn't deter me, it excited me. This was it. This was where I'd find that raw, untamed experience. The mistake, well, one of the mistakes, the first domino in the chain was my planning, or lack thereof in a specific, crucial way. I planned the gear meticulously: lightweight tent, high-quality sleeping bag rated for cold temperatures, water filter, dehydrated meals, compass, a map, a proper topographical map of the Susquehannock State Forest region. I was experienced enough with backpacking, comfortable with navigation, but I deliberately chose not to tell anyone my exact route. My ex-wife, bless her worried heart, insisted I leave an itinerary. I gave her a vague outline, parking near Old Bull State Park, heading northwest into the state forest for a few days, primitive camping. But the whole point, in my head, was to be untethered, unfindable. I didn't want the safety net. I wanted to rely solely on myself. So, no GPS tracker, no satellite phone. And once I got a few miles in, definitely no cell service. That was part of the allure. The digital detox, the complete disconnect. Looking back, it feels less like bravery and more like arrogance. Stupidity, really. Profound stupidity. The drive up was long, winding roads cutting through increasingly dense forests. The air changed, smelled cleaner, sharper. By the time I parked the car near the designated area, already miles from any real town, I felt a thrill course through me. This was it. Freedom. I shouldered my pack, heavier than I have liked, but carrying everything I needed for 5 days, and checked the map one last time. Then, instead of following the marked trail for more than a few hundred yards, I veered off, heading directly into the thick woods, aiming for a region that looked particularly empty on the map, a tangle of contour lines indicating steep, rough terrain far from any marked path or logging road. Pushing through the underbrush was harder than I anticipated. Branches snagged at my clothes, unseen roots tried to trip me, and the ground was uneven, slick with damp leaves even though it hadn't rained recently. The silence was immediate and profound. The sounds of the road faded within minutes, replaced by the rustle of my own movement, the chirping of unseen birds, the occasional snap of a twig somewhere deeper in the woods. It was exactly what I wanted, yet unsettling. The sheer scale of the forest, the feeling of being completely enveloped by it was humbling, intimidating even. I hiked for hours, pushing deeper, navigating by compass and terrain features. The sun dappled through the thick canopy, making it hard to gauge the time. The air grew cooler as the elevation increased. I finally found a spot that felt right, or as right as any spot could feel in that overwhelming green wilderness. It was a small, relatively flat clearing near a trickling stream, surrounded by towering hemlocks and oaks, utterly secluded. You could have walked 50 feet away and never known I was there. Perfect. Setting up camp was a familiar ritual, but it felt different here. More significant. Each stake driven into the ground, each knot tied, felt like an assertion against the vast indifference of the woods. I filtered water from the stream, the icy cold biting at my fingers. I made a cautious fire enough to cook my bland dehydrated meal, but not enough to draw unwanted attention, though from what? I couldn't have said. Animal attention, I suppose. Bears. That's what I told myself. Potter County is bears. Big ones. I'd read the warnings. Be bear aware. Make noise. Store food properly. I did all that. Hung my food bag high in a tree, well away from my tent. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, the famous Potter County darkness started to descend. It wasn't just dark, it was profoundly dark. The canopy overhead swallowed the remaining light, and the stars, when they finally emerged, were unlike anything I'd ever seen. Cold, sharp, and impossibly numerous, scattered across a truly black sky. Beautiful, yes, but also crushing. It emphasized my smallness, my utter isolation. The silence deepened, broken only by the whisper of the wind high in the branches and the gurgle of the stream. No cars, no planes, no human sounds at all. Just me. And the woods. I remember reading something somewhere about Potter County legends while planning the trip. Just a snippet online, easily dismissed folklore. Something about a creature, the Potter nondescript. I think they called it. An old tale, turn-of-the-century stuff about some weird, hairy cryptid people claimed to see in the deep woods. Sounded like typical rural legend, something cooked up around a campfire. I hadn't given it a second thought. Why would I? I was there for the reality of nature, not for ghost stories. Sitting there by the dying embers of my fire, wrapped in my jacket against the chill, I felt a flicker of something other than satisfaction. A prickle of unease. The darkness felt heavy, watchful. Every small sound, a leaf falling, an owl's distant hoot seemed amplified, echoing in the stillness. Was it just the isolation getting to me? My city-softened senses overwhelmed by the raw input of the wild? I told myself it was. Standard adjustment period. I zipped myself into the tent, into the relative security of my sleeping bag, trying to focus on the sound of the stream, letting it lull me towards sleep. But sleep felt shallow, restless. The silence outside the thin nylon walls felt like it was listening. Waiting. The first night was supposed to be peaceful. It was anything but. It was the beginning of the end of William Thompson. The real William Thompson, anyway. The one who thought he knew what wilderness was. The one who thought he was prepared. The fool. I don't know what woke me. Maybe a sound too subtle for my conscious mind to register. Or maybe just that primal instinct. The lizard brain screaming that something was wrong. 1 second, I was lost in that thin, restless sleep. The sound of the stream a distant murmur. The next, my eyes snapped open in the suffocating darkness of the tent, every nerve ending alight. The air felt different. Heavy. Charged. The gentle night sounds of the forest, the insects, the wind, the stream had ceased. Utter, dead silence pressed in on the thin nylon walls, a silence so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath. Or maybe listening. My own breathing sounded like a bellows in my ears. My heart started a frantic, heavy thudding against my ribs. I lay there frozen, straining to hear anything over the roar of blood in my ears. What had woken me? Was it an animal sniffing around? A bear? My mind raced, trying to rationalize, trying to cling to the mundane explanations I'd prepared myself for. Bear spray was near my head, my knife clipped to my belt loop even in sleep. Standard precautions. But this wasn't precaution-level fear. This was something deeper, colder. Then it came. It started low, a guttural rumble that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself. through the thin sleeping pad, into my bones. It wasn't the growl of a bear, not the scream of a mountain lion I've heard recordings, watched documentaries. This was other. The rumble swelled, climbing in pitch and volume, tearing through the oppressive silence like jagged glass. It became a full-throated roar, a sound so impossibly loud, so filled with incandescent rage and alien agony that it overloaded my senses. It wasn't just sound, it was a physical force, pressing on my eardrums, shaking the very air inside the tent. There were layers to it, a deep, resonant bass like stressed metal groaning, overlaid with a wet, tearing quality, like fabric being ripped apart, and high over it all, a shrieking, whistling overtone that scraped directly on the nerves. It went on, echoing off the unseen slopes, bouncing back, amplifying itself into a hellish symphony. I clamped my hands over my ears, uselessly. The sound penetrated, resonated within my skull. I think I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to disappear, trying to make myself small, non-existent. Primal abject terror unlike anything I have ever known, before or since, seized me. My bladder let go a hot, shameful wetness spreading through my sleeping bag. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. There was only the roar and the certainty that whatever was making it was impossibly large, impossibly angry, and horrifyingly close. When the roar finally subsided, leaving a ringing silence broken only by my own ragged gasps, the second wave of horror began. Movement. Heavy, deliberate crashing in the undergrowth just beyond my clearing, not the careful tread of a deer or the lumbering shuffle of a bear. This was immense. Saplings snapped with cracks like rifle shots. Heavy footfalls, thump, 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 shook the ground subtly. Something was circling the campsite, just beyond the range of my feeble fire's dying glow, obscured by the impenetrable darkness beneath the hemlocks. And then came the other sound, a rhythmic, resonant thudding. Woo-ump-pee. Woo-ump. It sounded, impossibly, like something massive beating its chest. A deep, hollow percussion that spoke of raw power and territorial fury. Like King Kong, but real, and just yards away from my flimsy shelter. The image flashed in my mind an ape, colossal, furious. But the roar hadn't been ape-like. It had been utterly wrong. I was paralyzed. Every muscle locked. My mind a frantic mess of denial and sheer panic. This isn't real. It's a nightmare. Wake up, William. But the cold dread, the smell of my own fear, the chillingly real sounds outside, they were undeniable. The thin tent wall, which had seemed like a cozy barrier against the elements just hours before, now felt as protective as tissue paper. I fumbled blindly for the zipper of the tent door, my fingers clumsy, shaking uncontrollably. What was I thinking? Confronted. Shine a light. See what nightmare had crawled out of the Potter County woods. Before I could decide, before I could act, it acted. There was a sudden, violent shove against the side of the tent. Not a swipe or a nudge. A deliberate, powerful impact that sent my headlamp, which had been hanging from the gear loft, tumbling down. The poles groined, the fabric strained. I scrambled backwards instinctively, crab crawling towards the opposite wall of the small dome tent. The movement outside continued, faster now, agitated, more crashing closer. And then I saw it, or a piece of it. The impact, or perhaps a claw or branch snagged by the thing, tore a small rip in the tent fabric near the base. Moonlight filtered down through the canopy, briefly illuminated the world outside the jagged tier. It wasn't much. A glimpse, confused, fragmented, lasting only a second or two before the thing moved past the opening. But it was enough. Matted dark fur. Hair. Thick, shaggy, covering immense bulk. The glimpse was low to the ground, maybe the lower torso or leg. But the sheer thickness of it suggested something huge. And just for a fraction of a second, caught in the silvery light, I saw something else. Something pale, sticking out, curved. Was it a tusk, like a boar, but bigger, wrongly placed? My mind couldn't process it. It didn't fit any animal I knew. Hairy, massive, vaguely simian, its chest-beating display, but with tusks. The old legend flashed back the Potter nondescript. A bizarre, composite creature whispered about by locals. It wasn't just folklore. It was real. And it was outside my tent. That was it. The last thread of reason, the last shred of self-preservation that wasn't pure flight or fight, snapped. Fight wasn't an option. Not against that. Adrenaline surged, hot and metallic tasting. I didn't even use the zipper. I lunged forward, grabbing my knife not to fight, but to escape, and slashed wildly at the tent door, tearing a ragged opening. I burst out into the cold night air, clad only in my base layers and socks. I didn't grab the headlamp, didn't grab the pack with my food, my map, my first aid kit. Didn't grab my boots. Didn't grab the wallet tucked into the pack's lid pocket, didn't grab anything. My only thought was away. I ran, scrambled over logs, pushed through whipping branches that tore at my skin and clothes, my bare feet slipping on damp leaves, stumbling over roots I couldn't see in the near total darkness. Behind me, I heard another sound, a crashing intensification, as if my sudden flight had triggered pursuit. Or maybe it was just the blood pounding in my ears, my own panic making phantom noises. I didn't look back, couldn't look back. I just ran, blindly, stupidly, crashing through the pitch black forest. No direction, no plan, just pure, unadulterated terror-fueling legs that somehow kept moving. Down slopes, up inclines, through brush so thick it felt like solid walls. I fell multiple times, hard, feeling sharp pain in my ankle, my hands scraped raw, but the fear pushed me back up, drove me onward. The roar echoed in my memory, the glimpse of hairy bulk and pale tusk burned behind my eyes. The woods, which I'd sought out for their peace and solitude, had been terrifying, lightless labyrinth. Every shadow seemed to move. Every tree seemed to watch. How long did I run? Hours, it must have been. An eternity fueled by primal fear. Until finally, as the first hints of gray began to dilute the oppressive blackness, I collapsed, utterly spent, gasping for air, huddled at the base of a large oak somewhere deep, deep in the indifferent wilderness of Potter County. Alone, shoreless, miles from where I started, with nothing but the horrific memory and the chilling dawn light revealing the scratches and bruises that map my desperate flight. Dawn in the Potter County woods should have been beautiful. I imagine on any other day, the soft gray light filtering through the ancient trees, the birdsong slowly starting up, the damp smell of earth and decaying leaves. It would have been exactly the kind of sublime, peaceful moment I'd gone seeking. But huddled there, shivering violently, my body a roadmap of scratches, bruises, and a throbbing pain in my left ankle, the awakening forest felt only menacing. The beauty was a lie, a thin veneer over something primal and terrifying. Every chirp, every rustle sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My ears strained, listening for something else, for the sound that had driven me into the night, for the heavy tread, the chest-thumping rhythm. Silence. But it wasn't a comforting silence anymore. It was loaded, watchful. Reality crashed down. I was miles off any trail, maybe dozens of miles from my car. No shoes, dressed in thin base layers that were ripped and inadequate against the morning chill. No food, no water filter, no map, no compass. No gear whatsoever. Just the knife I'd used to slash my way out of the tent, still slick with something dew, or maybe condensation from my panic grip. I was hurt, exhausted, and utterly, terrifyingly lost. The deadly mistake wasn't just going too deep, or not leaving coordinates. It was surviving the initial encounter only to face a slower, more desperate end out here alone. Thirst was the first urgent demand. My mouth felt like sandpaper, my throat constricted. I remembered the stream near my campsite, but I had no idea which way that was. Panic threatened to swamp me again, but a different kind of survival instinct kicked in, duller, colder. I had to move. I had to find water. I had to find a way out. Using a broken branch as a crude crutch for my throbbing ankle, I started walking, trying to head downhill, figuring water would flow that way. Every step was agony, not just from the ankle, but from my raw, bare feet protesting against the rocks and roots of the forest floor. The hours that followed are a blur of pain, fear and grim determination. I found a stream eventually, drank deeply. Ignoring the risks of unfiltered water, dehydration felt like the more immediate threat. The water was a chingly cold, shocking my system, but it cleared my head slightly. I kept moving, trying to follow the stream downhill, hoping it would lead to a larger creek, maybe eventually a road or human settlement. The woods felt endless, oppressive. I kept glancing over my shoulder, heart leaping at shadows, convinced I was being followed. Was that sound just the wind, or was it breathing? Was that movement in the periphery just a deer, or something else, pacing me? I didn't hear the roar again, thank God, but its absence was almost worse. It felt like the creature was allowing me to struggle, letting me wander further into its domain. I don't know how long I walked. Most of the day, I think. Hunger gnawed, adding weakness to the pain. The sun, when I could glimpse it through the canopy, tracked across the sky. A doubt began to creep in. Was I just walking in circles? Would anyone ever find me? Would I end up as just another statistic, a hiker who vanished in the vast Pennsylvania wilderness? My finance job, the life I'd run away from, seemed like a warm, safe dream. Then, through the trees, I saw it. A line. Too straight, too unnatural to be part of the woods. A road, a dirt track, rutted and overgrown, but unmistakably man-made. I stumbled towards it, nearly sobbing with relief. I followed the track, praying it led somewhere. After what felt like another hour, my prayers were answered. The track widened, joined a slightly better gravel road, and around a bend, I saw a parked pickup truck and heard the distant whine of a chainsaw. Loggers. They stopped working when they saw me emerge from the trees, a wild-eyed, half-naked, bleeding figure. I must have looked insane. Their initial reaction was caution, maybe suspicion. I tried to speak, but my voice was a hoarse croak. I managed to stammer out something about getting lost, separated from my gear. And that's when the lie formed, almost instinctively. A bear, I gasped. Huge black bear. Charged the tent in the middle of the night. Tore it up. I panicked. Just ran. Why did I lie? Part of it was self-preservation. Telling them about a monstrous roar. About chest beating and tusks and something out of legend, they'd think I was crazy. Hallucinating. Maybe high on something. They might not help me. Might call the sheriff with a different kind of report. And another part, a deeper part, didn't want to say it out loud. Didn't want to give the thing a name. Didn't want to acknowledge its reality to strangers. Maybe I feared that talking about it would somehow call it, invite it back into my life. The bear story was simple, believable. It explained the fear of the flight, the lost gear. They were good men. Gave me water, a blanket, a ride back towards civilization. They called the park rangers. The rangers listened patiently to my story, the rehearsed bear encounter. They were professional, asked questions about the location, the time, the bear's behavior. I kept it vague. Somewhere northwest of Old Bull, I said. Got disoriented running in the dark. I could tell they thought I was an idiot, another city slicker getting in over his head, spooked by a common animal. Let them. It was easier than the truth. They filed a report, arranged for me to get medical attention for my foot and cuts. No one pushed too hard. A bear encounter, while frightening, wasn't unheard of. Case closed, more or less. But for me, it wasn't closed. It's never been closed. Physically, I recovered. The cuts healed, the sprain subsided. But mentally, I'm still out there, running shoeless through the dark woods. The roar comes back in my dreams, sometimes jolting me awake in a cold sweat, my heart hammering. Sudden loud noises make me jump. I can't stand being in quiet woods anymore. The silence feels threatening. I sold my camping gear, what little I had left at home. I move it away from the city, ironically, but not to the countryside, to a bland suburb where the wilderness is neatly contained in manicured parks. People tell me I have PTSD, that the bear encounter was more traumatic than I realize. I nod, let them think that. It's the easiest explanation. But it doesn't account for the sheer wrongness of that roar, the unnatural dread it inspired, the fragmented image of hair and tusk. It doesn't account for the chest thumping that felt intelligent, deliberate, furious. And it doesn't account for the other fear, the one that gnaws at me late at night, when the memory of the roar fades just enough to let other thoughts creep in. My gear. My tent, my sleeping bag, my stove, my pack. And inside the lid pocket of my pack, carefully zipped away, was my wallet. driver's license, credit cards, insurance card, my name, my address. William Thompson. I tell myself it's crazy. An animal, even a strange one, it wouldn't care about a wallet. It would rummage for food, maybe be attracted by smells, then move on. But what if it wasn't just an animal? The way it circled, the chest beating, it felt like more than instinct. It felt territorial, almost deep thoughtful in its menace. What if, in the wreckage of my campsite, it found the pack? What if it tore it open? What if that small, plastic rectangle with my face and name fell out? Did it sniff it? Paw it? Did some flicker of alien comprehension register? Does it know who I am? Does that creature, that nightmare ripped from some forgotten legend lurking in the deepest parts of Potter County, now have a link to me? Did I leave more than just my gear behind? Did I leave my identity, a breadcrumb leading back from its dark woods to my mundane suburban life? I tell people I got spooked by a bear on my camping trip, a deadly mistake born of arrogance and poor planning. But the truth is colder, sharper. I stumbled into something ancient, unknown, and territorial. And I can't shake the feeling, the ice-cold dread, that my mistake wasn't just running away, but leaving behind the proof of who I was for something utterly inhuman to find. The roar echoes in my memory, but the truly chilling thought is quieter. Does it remember my name? My name is Elijah Roberts. Most folks who know me know I don't spook easily. Grew up hunting the ridges around Huntingdon County. Learned to track deer before I could properly tie my own boots. Spent more summers than I count camping out by Racetown Lake, first with my dad, then with buddies, and sometimes, like this last time, just by myself. There's a pull to that place, something ancient in the way the mist hangs low over the water in the mornings, the sheer depth of it, the quiet you can find if you just paddle out far enough. 300 acres of water, stretching out like a drowned valley, which I suppose is exactly what it is. Deep water, cold water, water that holds secrets. Everyone around here jokes about Racetown Ray. It's practically a mascot for the area. You see crudely painted signs on bait shops, t-shirts in the tourist traps, blurry photos tacked up in the bar down by the marina. A lake monster, our very own Nessie, lurking somewhere down in those murky man-made depths. Most stories paint Ray as this long-necked, serpent-like thing, occasionally bumping boats or stealing stringers of fish. It's good for a laugh, something to tell the out-of-towners to widen their eyes. Nobody really believes it. Not seriously. I sure as hell didn't. Just another tall tale spun from too much beer, and the way the light plays tricks on the water at dusk. A convenient explanation for a dropped anchor or a snagged line. This past trip, though, it was different. I went up in late September. The summer crowds had thinned out, leaving behind that crisp, melancholic edge that signals the coming autumn. The leaves were just starting to turn, painting the hillsides in splashes of gold, and rust against the deep green pines. Perfect camping weather. Quiet. I'd set up my usual spot in a secluded cove on the northern arm of the lake, a place you can only really get to by boat. Just my tent, my cooler, my fishing gear, and a beat-up aluminum canoe my dad left me. The first couple of days were bliss. Fish during the day, pulling in some decent bass and perch. Read by the campfire at night, listening to the owls and the distant yip of coyotes. Standard stuff. But I'm an angler at heart, and Racetown holds monsters. Not the mythical kind, or so I thought. I'm talking about the real ones. Stripers that could pull a kid overboard. Muskies longer than your leg. Catfish down in the deep channels that could probably swallow a basketball. That's what I was after. The big one. The kind of fish that becomes a story you tell for years. The weather had been clear, but the forecast called for a front moving in later in the week. The old-timers always say the fishing picks up right before a storm, something about the barometric pressure stirring things up. The third night, the air felt heavy, charged. The moon was nearly full, but hazy, casting this weird, diffused silver light across the water. There wasn't a breath of wind. The lake was glass, reflecting the blurry stars and the dark silhouettes of the trees along the shore. I finished my dinner, cleaned my gear, and sat watching the water. Most sensible folks would be turning in, zipping up their sleeping bags. But the thought kept nagging at me. That's still water. The coming change in weather. The big ones would be feeding. Down deep. Out in the main channel, far from the shallows where I usually cast. The idea took root, grew from a maybe into a definite. I was going night fishing. Alone. Far from shore. It wasn't reckless. Not Exact Lake. I had my life vest, a powerful headlamp, and a backup lantern. I told myself it was calculated. The best chance to hook into something truly massive. But looking back, maybe it was something else. An arrogance, maybe. A need to push the envelope, to feel that thrill of being out there, vulnerable but hunting under that vast, silent sky. I loaded my best heavy-action rod, the one I reserved for stripers and muskie, spooled with thick braided line. Grabbed my main tackle box, the big plastic one heavy with lures, weights, extra line, pliers, everything. Took the lantern, not the headlamp yet, wanting to preserve the night vision. Paddling out from the cove felt different this time. The usual, comforting sounds of the night seemed muffled distant. The only noise was the rhythmic dip and drip of my paddle cutting through the perfectly still water. The canoe glided silently, a tiny speck moving across an immense, dark mirror. I paddled for maybe 30 minutes, heading towards the center where the old river channel lies submerged hundreds of feet below. The shoreline receded into an indistinct, low smudge. The moonlit haze made distances deceptive. I felt utterly alone, suspended between the dark water and the hazy sky. It wasn't frightening, not then. It was exhilarating. This was it. This was where the giants lived. I shipped the paddle, letting the canoe drift. Rigged up a heavy J-head with a big, rubbery swim bait that looked like a distressed perch. Checked my drag setting tight, but not locked. You need some give even for the monsters. Took a deep breath, savoring the cool, damp air, the smell of the lake. Then I cast. The line arsed out, barely visible in the gloom, landing with a soft plop far out in the darkness. I let it sink, counting it down. 10 seconds. 20. 30. Trying to gauge the depth. The bottom here had to be well over 100 feet down. Started a slow retrieve, just enough to make the lure wobble enticingly. Waiting, listening to the silence. It pressed in, thick and absolute, just the gentle lap of water against the aluminum hull. Then the bite came. It wasn't a tap, not a bump, not a gradual tightening. It was violence. The rod didn't just bend, it slammed down, ripped towards the water with savage force. The reel screamed, braided line stripping off at a terrifying speed despite the heavy drag. Instinct took over. I leaned back, setting the hook hard, driving the barb home into whatever unseen leviathan had inhaled my lure. Adrenaline surged, hot and sharp, chasing away the night chill. This was it. This was the fish. Bigger than anything I'd ever hooked. Stronger. The initial run was unstoppable. It just went, towing the canoe with it, spinning us slowly in a wide arc. I held on, knuckles white, rod bowed deeply, the tip vibrating under the immense strain. Thoughts raced. Giant striper. Record muskie. Could a catfish pull this hard? The line kept peeling off the spool. It had to be hundreds of yards out there now, diving deep into the black heart of the lake. The sheer, raw power was staggering. It felt less like fighting a fish, and more like being tethered to a submerged truck trying to drive away. The excitement was still there, but a new feeling was creeping in around the edges. A prickle of unease. This wasn't just big. This was wrong. Minutes stretched into an eternity, marked only by the high-pitched wind of the drag and the burning ache in my forearms and back. This thing didn't fight like any fish I'd ever known. Fish run, they pause, they shake their heads, they try tricks. This was different. It was just pulling. A constant, irresistible pressure, like trying to reel in a submerged locomotive. It wasn't tiring. If anything, I was the one flagging, sweat stinging my eyes, my breath coming in ragged gasps despite the cool night air. The canoe continued its slow, inexorable journey further out into the black heart of the lake, towed by an unseen force that seemed determined to drag me into the deepest, most remote part of the basin. The initial thrill, the pure fisherman's adrenaline, had curled into something else. A knot of cold dread tightened in my stomach. This wasn't right. The sheer, unyielding strength felt unnatural. My mind kept scrabbling for explanations, kept circling back to the ridiculous fireside stories. Race down Ray. The name echoed silently in the vast emptiness, no longer a joke, but a terrifying whisper of possibility. Could it be? Could the silly legend painted on bait shop signs actually be real? Hooked on the end of my line, pulling me towards God knows what. The thought sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. It changed tactics then, or maybe it just decided to surface. The steady pull became erratic surges. Suddenly, the water maybe 50 yards ahead erupted. Not a clean break, not a leap, but a massive upwelling, a churning boil that sent waves radiating outwards, rocking the small canoe violently. I caught a glimpse of something huge disturbing the surface, a vast curve of darkness breaking the moonlit water, then submerging again with a sound like a deep, underwater sigh. It wasn't the sleek leap of a striper or the thrashing headshake of a muskie. It was just immense bulk, displacing a terrifying amount of water before sinking back down. The canoe pitched hard. I scrambled to keep my balance, nearly dropping the rod. The thing on the line surged again, this time directly towards me, then veered sharply to the side. The sudden change in angle, combined with the rocking from the previous disturbance, sent the canoe into a perilous tilt. My tackle box, the heavy plastic one sitting near the bow, slid across the wet bottom. My lantern, perched precariously on the center thwart, tipped, teetered for a heart-stopping second, and then tumbled overboard with a hiss and a glug, extinguishing instantly. Darkness slammed down. Absolute, impenetrable blackness swallowed the hazy moonlight, leaving me blind. My headlamp! I fumbled at my forehead, fingers clumsy with adrenaline, and flicked the switch. A narrow, bright beam sliced through the dark, but it felt pitifully inadequate. It illuminated a small circle of choppy water directly in front of the canoe, the dancing reflections making it hard to focus. Beyond that beam, the night, the world that was all gone, replaced by an oppressive, featureless void. Panic flared, hot and suffocating. I was miles from shore, tethered to something monstrous, and now I couldn't even see. The thing on the line went berserk. Maybe the light spooked it, or maybe it was just reacting to the slack created when I nearly capsized. It thrashed wildly, close to the canoe now, dangerously close. The beam of my headlamp caught glimpses, chaotic movement, water spraying high, reflections from something, not scales. Not the flank of a fish. It was too big, too dark, the shape indistinct but viscerally wrong. A vast, dark mass churning the water just yards away. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. And then came the sound. Over the splashing and the groaning strain of my rod, I heard it. A wet, ragged tearing sound, like thick canvas being ripped apart underwater. It wasn't loud, but it cut through the other noises, sharp and sickeningly clear. It lasted only a second or two, coinciding with the most violent thrashing. My mind recoiled, refusing to process it. What makes a sound like that in the middle of a lake? The headlamp beam danced wildly as the canoe bucked, catching only confusing flashes, disturbed water, a glimpse of that immense dark shape rolling or twisting, and then nothing. Just as suddenly as it began, the pressure vanished. The line went completely slack. The rod, which had been bent nearly double, sprang straight, almost hitting me in the face. The screaming drag fell silent. The thrashing stopped. Silence rushed back in, heavier and more terrifying than before. The canoe bobbed gently on the residual waves. The only sound now the frantic thumping of my own pulse in my ears and the quiet lap of water against the hull. My breath hitched in my throat. It was over. But how? Did the line finally snap? Did the hook pull free after that final, violent struggle? Or did that tearing sound, did it mean something else? I stood there, or rather, knelt trembling in the bottom of the canoe, rod still held high, line dangling limply into the black water. Relief washed over me, weak and shaky, but it was immediately followed by a chilling wave of confusion and a deep, gut-wrenching fear that went beyond the encounter itself. Something felt profoundly wrong. The tearing sound echoed in my mind, refusing to fade. I strained my ears, listening into the oppressive darkness, but there was nothing. Just the vast, empty silence of Racedown Lake, holding its secrets beneath the surface. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Kneeling there in the bottom of the canoe, surrounded by the impenetrable darkness and the heavy silence, I slowly, mechanically, began to reel in the slack line. It came in easily, far too easily, confirming the utter lack of resistance on the other end. Yard after yard of wet, braided line spooled back onto the reel, feeling strangely naked without the immense tension that had defined the past hour. My headlamp beam jittered across the water's surface, revealing nothing but black, empty waves. I kept expecting something to erupt from the depths, to see eyes reflecting the light, but there was nothing. Just the vast, lonely expanse of Racedown Lake at night. When the end of the line finally emerged from the water, I stared at blinking. It wasn't cleanly snapped. It looked frayed, almost chewed through, near where the heavy leader had been attached. The hook, the heavy J-head, the big swim bait, all gone. Not broken off, seemingly. Just gone. As if whatever was down there had simply worked it free or bitten through the thick connection. The ambiguity was almost worse than a clean break. My limbs felt like lead, heavy with exhaustion and adrenaline crash. The cold started to seep back in, chilling me the bone. I needed to get back. Now, I fumbled for the paddle, my movements clumsy. That's when I noticed it. The front of the canoe felt lighter, somehow wrong. I swept the headlamp beam forward. Empty. The heavy plastic tackle box, the one with practically my entire collection of lures, weights, pliers, and spare gear, was gone. It must have slid overboard during that violent lurch when the lantern went out, when I'd nearly capsized. Just another casualty of the chaotic struggle. At the time, it barely registered beyond a dull sense of loss, expensive gear swallowed by the lake. It was only later that its absence would take on a more sinister weight. The paddle back was the longest journey of my life. Every dip of the blade into the water felt like intruding. Every nocturnal sound, the distant hoot of an owl, the splash of a jumping fish somewhere far off, even the gurgle of water against the hull, made me jump, made me whip my head around, convinced I was being followed. The narrow beam of my headlamp felt like painting a target on my back. I kept imagining a dark shape pacing me, just beneath the surface, just outside the small circle of light. The memory of that immense bulk, the churning water, the sheer power, was burned into my mind. And beneath it all, like a discordant note, the memory of that sickening tearing sound. I paddled harder than I ever have before, fueled by primal fear. My muscles screamed, but I didn't care. I just wanted solid ground beneath my feet. When the dark smudge of the shoreline finally began to resolve into individual trees, silhouetted against a sky that was just beginning to lighten in the east, with streaks of gray and bruised purple, a wave of relief so profound washed over me that my legs almost gave out. I practically threw the canoe onto the bank, dragging it halfway into the bushes, not caring about scratching the aluminum. I stumbled towards my campsite, collapsing beside the cold fire pit. Dawn was breaking properly now, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The familiar woods around my secluded cove suddenly felt alien, watchful. I was trembling uncontrollably, reaction setting in, as the sun climbed higher, painting the turning leaves in strangely vivid colors. I forced myself to assess the situation, to try and piece together what had happened. The frayed line hook, the lost lantern, the vanished tackle box. Scrapes along the side of the canoe I didn't remember being there long. Shallow gouges in the aluminum. I ran my fingers over them. What could have made those? My mind desperately needed an explanation, a narrative that could contain the terror of the night. Racedown Ray. It had to be Ray. I'd hooked the impossible, the local legend. I'd fought it, a battle for the ages out there in the darkness. It was immense, powerful beyond belief. In the final moments, as it thrashed beside the canoe, it must have snapped the line no, chewed through it. That explains the fraying. The force of it nearly capsized me, sending my lantern and tackle box into the depths. The tearing sound, that was the line giving way under impossible strain, or maybe the creature's hide scraping against the boat as it rolled. Yes, that was it. That's the story. I hooked Race Down Ray and it got away. A fisherman's tale, sure, but this one would be true. Mostly. I started repeating it to myself, first silently, then muttering the words under my breath. Hooked something massive. Pulled like a truck. Had to be Ray. Nearly flipped me. It thrashed by the boat. Broke the line right there. Lost my lantern, my good tackle box. The more I said it, the more plausible it seemed. People would be amazed. They'd clap me on the back, buy me drinks. The guy who actually tangled with Race Down Ray. But even as I constructed the story, polishing the edges, another thought kept intruding, cold and sharp as broken glass. That dark shape, it was so close in the end. And the tearing sound, what if it wasn't the line? What if it wasn't the creature's hide against the boat? What if, in the blindness after the lantern went out, disoriented, panicked, fighting something incomprehensibly strong, what if I hit something else? Another boat out there without lights? Unlikely, but possible. Or debris. A submerged log. But would that explain the tearing? Then the truly unthinkable thought slithered in. What if that massive weight, that relentless pull, wasn't a creature at all? What if I'd snagged something heavy on the bottom, something tragic and awful, and dragged it up? And in that final, blind thrashing, what was that dark shape? What made that tearing sound? The thought of what else might have been out there in the dark, what I might have actually hooked, what I might have done in my panic, it's a deeper, colder abyss than Race Down Lake itself. The missing tackle box suddenly felt less like lost gear and more like a crucial piece of evidence, conveniently gone. I packed up my camp with frantic haste, throwing everything into the canoe. I didn't look too closely at the water as I paddled back towards the main boat launch. I tell everyone the Race Down Ray story now. I make it sound thrilling, the ultimate fishing adventure. They joke about it, just like always, but maybe they look at me a little differently. Maybe they see the shadow that lingers in my eyes. I stick to the story. I have to. Because the alternative, the image of a dark shape in the water, the echo of a tearing sound, the gnawing possibility of a deadly mistake masked by a local legend, that's not a story I can ever tell. That's the truth I dragged back from Race Down Lake, buried deep inside, where the water is always dark and cold. My name is Noah Harris. I guess you could say I used to be the adventurous type, and be reckless is a better word now. Looking back, I wasn't into extreme sports or anything requiring actual athletic ability. My thrill came from the quiet places, the forgotten corners of the world. Urban exploration, they call it. Delving into abandoned buildings, factories left to rust, hospitals where the silence screamed louder than any patient ever did. There's a strange beauty in decay, a morbid fascination in seeing what happens when humanity walks away and nature, or something else, starts creeping back in. Usually, it was just about soaking in the atmosphere, taking some photos, maybe feeling a little spooked, and then heading home with a story. That was the point, right? The story. I never bargained on becoming part of a story I couldn't escape. This particular story, the one that still chills me to the bone and makes my joints ache in a way that feels disturbingly unnatural, started with a place called Concrete City. I'd stumbled across it online, scrolling through forums dedicated to weird locations and forgotten history. Located near Nanticoke, in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, it sounded like the ultimate urbex destination. A cluster of 20 experimental houses, built entirely out of reinforced concrete by the Delaware, Lackawanna, and Western Railroad back in 1911 for coal mine employees. Meant to be fireproof, durable, model homes for the working class. But the experiment failed. The official story you read everywhere is that issues with plumbing, drainage, and the sheer damp coldness of living inside solid concrete boxes made them uninhabitable. By 1924, less than 13 years after they were built, they were abandoned. Just like that, 20 concrete shells left standing in a grid, slowly being reclaimed by weeds and decorated by decades of graffiti. The pictures were captivating. Stark, geometric blocks arranged in neat rows, looking utterly alien against the backdrop of the Pennsylvania woods. They looked less like houses and more like bunkers or tombs. Indestructible, everyone said. They'd even tried dynamiting them for demolition practice during World War II, but the structures barely flinched. That indestructibility lodged itself in my mind. What kind of place just refuses to fall? My friends, Liam and Chloe, were just as intrigued when I showed them the photos and articles. Liam was the cautious one, always double-checking maps and worrying about structural integrity. Chloe was the artist, fascinated by the textures, the graffiti, the sheer aesthetic weirdness of it all. I was the instigator, the one who pushed the boundaries. Imagine spending a night there, I'd said, half joking at first, but the idea took root. Camping in an abandoned, indestructible concrete ghost town, it felt like graduating to the major leagues of urban exploration. Forget dusty theaters or abandoned malls, this was different. This felt primal. We planned the trip for late October. The autumn colors would make the concrete stand out even more starkly, we reasoned, and the chill in the air would add to the atmosphere. We gathered basic camping gear, sleeping bags, flashlights, snacks, water, a portable charger. Nothing too elaborate. We weren't exactly planning a wilderness expedition. We told ourselves it was just like camping, but with pre-built, slightly creepy shelters. We knew it was technically trespassing. Concrete City is on private property. Fenced off down though the fence, we'd read, was usually full of holus. But that was part of the thrill, wasn't it? Sneaking in, being where you weren't supposed to be. We were young, naive, and felt invincible, cocooned in that specific brand of ignorance that mistakes foolishness for bravery. We brushed off the warnings we saw scattered online, mentions of strange noises, unsettling feelings, local legends about the place being cursed or haunted. Standard ghost story fare, we figured, easily dismissed by thrill seekers like us. The drive-up felt normal enough, filled with bad music and excited chatter. But as we got closer to Nanticoke and turned off the main roads, the atmosphere began to shift. The houses grew sparser, the woods denser. There was a quiet weight to the air, a stillness that felt less peaceful and more watchful. We found the turnoff, an unassuming dirt track barely visible from the road. As predicted, the chain link fence surrounding the property was dilapidated, with several sections peeled back or cut open entirely. No keep out sign could guide our determined explorers, it seemed. Parking the car far enough down the track to be hidden from the road, we grabbed our backpacks and started walking. The path was overgrown, littered with broken glass and empty cans, remnants of previous visitors. And then, through a break in the trees, we saw them. Concrete City, even expecting it, the sight was jarring. The structures rose from the overground field like colossal gray teeth. 20 identical two-story blocks arranged in a perfect grid. Stark, brutalist, utterly out of place. Up close, the scale was impressive, and the state of preservation was baffling. Decades of neglect, weather, vandalism, yet the core structures stood solid, defiant. The walls were thick, textured concrete, stained by time and water, but fundamentally intact. Doorways and window frames gaped open like empty eye sockets, and the graffited layers upon layers of spray paint covered almost every inch of accessible surface, a chaotic tapestry of tags, crude drawings, and messages ranging from the mundane's Kilroy was here to the vaguely threatening OUGT. We spent the afternoon exploring, moving from one identical structure to the next. Inside, they were hollow shells. Bare concrete walls, floors, ceilings. Staircases, also concrete, led up to equally bare second floors. The acoustics were bizarre. Every footstep, every whisper echoed unnaturally, bouncing off the hard surfaces in a disorienting way. Sounds seemed to linger too long, overlapping until it was hard to tell where they originated. There was no softness here, nothing to absorb sound or light. Just cold, hard, unyielding concrete. Despite the bright autumn sunlight filtering through the empty windows, an undercurrent of unease began to settle over me. It wasn't just the decay or the isolation. It was the silence between the echoes, an absolute lack of natural sound. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the undergrowth, not even the buzz of insects. It felt sterile, dead. As dusk began to creep in, painting the gray concrete in shades of orange and purple, the initial excitement started to curdle into genuine nervousness. The shadows stretching from the blocky structures seemed unnaturally long and dark. The temperature dropped noticeably, the chill radiating from the concrete itself, seeping into our bones. "Okay," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Trying to pick our spot for the night." We'd scouted most of the houses. Many had crumbling sections, debris-filled floors, or particularly unsettling graffiti. But one, near the center of the grid, seemed marginally better preserved than the others. The concrete seemed smoother, less stained. The graffiti inside, while still present, felt less aggressive. Maybe wishful thinking, but we dubbed it the best house, least likely to have squatters or weirdos show up. Liam muttered, though the emptiness of the place suggested we were the only weirdos around. We unrolled our sleeping bags on the dusty concrete floor of the ground-level main room. The air inside was heavy and cold, carrying the faint, mineral scent of damp concrete and old dust. We arranged our flashlights, set out some snacks. Tried to make it feel like a normal campsite, but nothing about it felt normal. The way the last light faded outside the gaping window frames, the way the echoes swallowed our voices, the sheer oppressive presence of tons and tons of solid concrete surrounding us, it felt wrong. Deeply wrong. We were intruders in a place that didn't want us, a place built of stuff that seemed to actively repel life. My earlier bravado had evaporated, replaced by a prickling anxiety. Why did camping here suddenly feel like such a monumental, idiotic mistake? As the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, plunging concrete city into near total darkness, a profound silence fell, broken only by the sound of our own ragged breathing. And then the real unease began. The night was just starting, and I already wished desperately for morning. Night fell on concrete city like a physical weight. One moment, the last vestiges of twilight were painting the graffiti, scarred walls in faint, ghostly hues. The next, absolute darkness clamped down, the kind of thick, impenetrable black that you only find far away from city lights, amplified tenfold by the solid concrete walls that seemed to absorb every stray photon. Our flashlights cut sharp, nervous cones through the black, but they felt inadequate, pushing back the darkness only a feet before it swallowed the beams whole. The air grew colder, the damp chill radiating from the floor, and walls seeping through our clothes, feeling less like natural cold and more like the absence of warmth itself. The silence was the most unnerving part initially. The absolute, profound lack of sound was unnatural. No crickets, no distant traffic, no wind rustling leaves. Even the woods surrounding the concrete blocks seemed to be holding their breath. All we could hear was the thumping of our own hearts, the rustle of our sleeping bags as we shifted nervously, and our own breathing, which sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive quiet. Every tiny sound we made echoed strangely, distorted by the hard, parallel surfaces. A cuff didn't just echo, it fractured, bouncing back at us from multiple directions at once, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. It felt like the house itself was listening, playing tricks with sound. Liam, ever the pragmatist, tried to rationalize. "It's just the acoustics," he whispered, his voice tight. "Sound waves bounce weirdly off concrete, and it's isolated out here, so there's no ambient noise." Chloe wasn't buying it. She huddled deeper into her sleeping bag, her flashlight beam dancing nervously across the ceiling. "It doesn't feel right, Noah. It feels dead." I had to agree with her. There was a profound sense of wrongness settling over us, a heavy, suffocating blanket woven from silence and shadow. We ate our snacks huddled together, the simple act of chewing sounding obscenely loud. We kept our flashlights on, pooling their beams in the center of the room, creating a small island of light in the vast ocean of blackness. Shadows writhed and leaped at the edges of the light, playing tricks on our peripheral vision. I kept thinking I saw movement, a flicker just beyond the beam's reach. But whenever I snapped my light towards it, there was nothing but bare, graffiti-covered concrete. Then we heard the first sound that wasn't ours. It was faint at first, barely audible over the pounding in my ears. A soft, rhythmic scritch. Scritch. Like fingernails dragging lightly across stone. Did you hear that? Clue whispered, her eyes wide. Lime and I froze, straining our ears. The sound stopped. Silence flooded back in, heavier than before. Probably just a rat, Lime said, but his voice lacked conviction or debris settling. But the sound came again, a little louder this time. Scratch. Scrape. It wasn't random settling. It had a dragging quality, deliberate and slow, and it sounded like it was coming from outside our chosen house, perhaps from the identical concrete block next door. No rat sounds like that, I murmured, my skin crawling. It sounded heavy, grinding, like stone on stone, or concrete on concrete. We turned off our flashlights, plunging ourselves into absolute darkness, hoping to hear better. The scraping continued, intermittent but undeniable. It seemed to move slowly around the adjacent structure. Sometimes it sounded like it was on the ground floor, sometimes like it might be coming from the upper level. The sheer impossibility of it was terrifying. What could be heavy enough to make that sound, moving around in an abandoned, supposedly empty concrete shell in the middle of the night? Fear, cold and sharp, began to tighten its grip. We huddled closer, our shoulders pressing together for reassurance that wasn't there. We didn't speak, conserving our breath, listening intently to the slow, grinding progress next door. The sound was deeply unsettling, primal in a way that bypassed rational thought. It spoke of immense weight, slow, relentless movement, and textures that shouldn't be moving at all. After what felt like an eternity, the scraping from the next house faded, only to be replaced by a new, closer sound. A faint, dragging shuffle from upstairs in our own house. My blood ran cold. Liam let out a tiny, choked gasp. Chloe grabbed my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin. The shuffling was slow, hesitant, like something immensely heavy was trying to move across the concrete floor above our heads. Drag. Pause. Drag. There's someone up there. Liam hissed, his voice trembling. Who? Kolo breathed. How? We hadn't heard anyone enter. The only way up was the solid concrete staircase at the back of the structure, clearly visible from our spot on the ground floor. No one had gone up there. Yet the sound was undeniable. Heavy, slow, deliberate movement directly above us. Panic clawed at my throat. Should we shout? Confront whatever it was? Run. But run where? Out into the pitch black, disorienting grid of identical concrete tombs, with that scraping sound possibly still out there. We were trapped. The indestructibility of the house, which had seemed like a cool feature earlier, now felt like a prison sentence. Nothing could get in easily, perhaps, but it also meant we get out quickly or quietly. I fumbled for my heavy-duty flashlight, the Meglight. Clicking it on, I swept the beam towards the concrete stairs. Empty. Bare concrete steps ascending into blackness. The shuffling sound stopped the instant the light hit the staircase. Silence again, but this silence was different. It felt charged, expectant. Whatever was upstairs knew we were aware of it. It was waiting. We stayed like that for minutes, maybe hours. Time seemed to warp and stretch in the oppressive darkness. Beams fixed on the stairs, hearts hammering against ribs. Listening. Nothing. Not a shuffle, not a scrape. Had we imagined it? Was the stress, the darkness, the weird acoustics finally getting to us? Just as a sliver of doubt began to creep in, a low, grating sound echoed down the stairwell. It wasn't shuffling this time. It was the sound of something rough and heavy dragging against the edge of the concrete steps, like it was testing the edge or slowly, laboriously starting to descend. SCRRRRAPE. It was louder now, much closer. Coming down the stairs. We scrambled backwards on our sleeping bags, pressing ourselves against the far wall, flashlights shaking violently in our hands, painting frantic circles on the empty steps. We could hear it descending, one agonizingly slow scrape at a time, moving with a weight that seemed impossible. But we saw nothing. The staircase remained empty, bathed in the frantic light of our beams. Yet the sound continued, getting closer, closer, reaching the bottom step. Scrawape. Pause silence. It was on our level now. Just around the corner from the base of the stairs, hidden from our line of sight. We were frozen, breathless, waiting for something to emerge into the light. Nothing appeared, but we could feel it. A palpable pressure in the air, a drop in temperature that had nothing to do with the outside weather. A sense of immense, ancient weight settling in the room with us, just beyond the reach of our light. We didn't sleep. Not for a second. We remained huddled against that wall, flashlights aimed towards the base of the stairs, listening to the absolute silence that somehow felt more menacing than the scraping had. The presence, whatever it was, didn't leave. It was there in the darkness with us, silent, heavy waiting. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. Every creak of the building, every distant sigh of wind that somehow penetrated the concrete shell, sent fresh waves of adrenaline through us. We were prisoners in a concrete box, sharing the space with something unseen and fundamentally terrifying. Only when the first, faint, gray hint of dawn began to filter the eastern window frame did the oppressive feeling seem to lessen, almost imperceptibly at first. The heavy presence didn't vanish abruptly, but seemed to recede like a tide going out, leaving behind a residue of cold dread. The scraping sounds didn't return. As the gray light grew stronger, illuminating the stark interior, revealing the familiar graffiti and dust, the terror of the night began to feel dreamlike, surreal. But the exhaustion was profound, bone deep, and laced with a lingering unease that light couldn't dispel. We had survived the night, yes. Nothing had physically attacked us. But as we cautiously packed our gear, joints stiff, eyes gritty from lack of sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Not just with the place, but with us. The house hadn't needed to attack. Maybe just being inside, but letting the night and the silence and the presence soak into us was enough. The moment the gray dawn provided enough light to see without flashlights, we practically threw our gear into our backpacks. Every rustle of fabric, every clink of a water bottle sounded deafening, potentially capable of rousing whatever unseen presence had shared the night with us. We didn't speak, communicating only through frantic gestures and wide, terrified eyes, casting fearful glances towards the silent upper floor and the gaping blackness of the stairwell. We moved with a speed born of pure adrenaline-fueled dread. Stepping out of the chosen house and back into the grid felt like surfacing from underwater, but the air outside wasn't fresh. It was just cold, damp, and heavy with the same oppressive silence. Concrete City looked, if anything, even more menacing in the flat, gray morning light. The brutal geometry seemed harsher, the graffiti more like angry scars than decoration. The identical structures stretched away like rows of mausoleums, their empty windows staring accusingly. We didn't look back. We half walked, half ran back along the overgrown path, stumbling over unseen roots and discarded junk, expecting at any moment to hear that slow, grinding scrape start up again behind us. The wood seemed to press in, watchful and still. Only when we reached the car, hidden down the dirt track, did we dare to breathe a little easier, fumbling with the keys, throwing our bags in the back, and peeling away with a spray of gravel. The drive back was mostly silent, punctuated by occasional, shaky breaths or muttered curses. The adrenaline ebbed away, leaving behind a profound, bone-deep exhaustion unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It wasn't just lack of sleep, it felt physical heavy. Liam gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, staring straight ahead. Clue huddled in the back seat, wrapped in a blanket despite the car heater blasting, occasionally letting out a small, involuntary shudder. We never talk about this. Liam said eventually, his voice raspy. Not to anyone. Ever. Agreed. Clue whispered from the back. I just nodded, my head feeling too heavy to lift. We'd gone looking for a thrill, a story. We'd found something else entirely, something ancient and wrong, something that felt like it had imprinted itself onto us. Relief at escaping washed over me, but it was tainted by that strange, physical weariness, a stiffness settling into my limbs that felt deeper than simple muscle fatigue. Back home, I showered for almost an hour, trying to scrub away the grime and the lingering feeling of cold dread that clung to my skin. I collapsed into bed and slept for 14 hours straight, but woke feeling groggy, unrested, and stiff. My joints, particularly my knees and elbows, ached with a dull, persistent throb. I chalked it up to the cold, sleeping on hard concrete, the stress. It would pass, I told myself. But it didn't pass. Over the next few days, the stiffness got worse. But getting out of bed in the morning felt like trying to unfold something that had started to set. My movements felt sluggish, laborious. It wasn't just tiredness, it felt like resistance, like moving through water, or worse, wet cement. I started noticing other things. My skin felt strangely tight, less pliable than usual, and seemed cooler to the touch, even when I was warm. I caught my reflection and thought my complexion looked duller, taking on a grayish, almost mineral undertone. I tried stretching, hot baths, painkillers. Nothing seemed to penetrate the deep, internal stiffness. I texted Liam and Chloe, asking casually if they felt okay after the trip, unusually tired or anything. Liam replied curtly, "Fine, just tired. Don't want to think about it." Chloe sent back a longer message saying she felt achy and weirdly drained, but thought she was just coming down with something. Her words sent a fresh chill down my spine. Was it happening to them too? The rational part of my brain screamed that it was impossible. Stress, psychosomatic symptoms, maybe a virus we picked up. But the memory of that night, the oppressive weight of the concrete, the unnatural silence, the scraping sounds wouldn't leave me. That sound concrete on concrete. What if it wasn't something moving the concrete, but the concrete itself, somehow animated? Or worse, something becoming concrete. Driven by a gnawing fear, I started digging online again, but this time I avoided the Urbex forums bragging about dodging security. I searched for obscure local folklore about Concrete City. Missing persons reports from the Nanticoke area over the decades, anything related to strange occurrences or disappearances near the ruins. Most led to dead ends, standard ghost stories easily dismissed. But I found a few fragmented mentions, buried deep in old newspaper archives digitized online or referenced in obscure local history blogs. Vague tales of people who went exploring near the assimilation houses and came back changed. Slower, heavier, eventually becoming reclusive, their families whispering about them hardening. It sounded like superstitious nonsense, the kind of folk tales that spring up around any creepy landmark. But now, feeling the increasing rigidity in my own body, it didn't sound so nonsensical. I remembered us picking the best preserved house, the one where the concrete seemed smoother, less weathered. What if preservation wasn't about structural integrity, but about the potency of whatever resided there? What if that specific house was more active? The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Those houses weren't abandoned just because of bad plumbing or the cold. Maybe they were abandoned because they changed people. Maybe the sheer, enduring presence of all that unnaturally preserved creep, imbued with whatever energy went into its creation or whatever settled there after abandonment, slowly leached into anyone who stayed too long within its influence, assimilating them, turning them, molecule by molecule, into something as cold, hard, and enduring as the structures themselves. That scraping sound, maybe it was the sound of previous victims trapped in a slow, petrified state, moving with geological slowness within the walls. Or maybe it was the sound of the process itself. Weeks have turned into months now. The stiffness is constant. Moving feels like a conscious effort against an invisible, binding force. My skin has a definite grayish tint, and its texture feels rough, almost gritty. I went to a doctor, then another. They ran tests. Blood work, X-rays, MRIs. They found nothing definitive. Hints of inflammation, maybe early onset arthritis, they suggested. Prescribed physical therapy. Recommended reducing stress. They don't understand. They can't see the concrete spreading beneath my skin, stiffening my joints, slowing my pulse. I haven't seen Liam or Chloe in person. Our texts are infrequent, strained. I'm afraid to ask them directly about their symptoms. Afraid of what they might say, afraid of confirming that this isn't just happening to me. I'm becoming isolated, trapped not just by my stiffening body, but by the sheer impossibility of my reality. How do you tell someone you think you're slowly turning into concrete because you spent one night in an abandoned house? So, I'm writing this down as a record, as a confession, as a warning. Don't go to Concrete City. Don't be fooled by the thrill of exploration or the weirdness of the architecture. It's not just trespassing, exposing yourself to something ancient and fundamentally wrong. Those structures aren't just indestructible, they're hungry in their own slow, petrifying way. They endure, and they absorb. My fingers feel stiff as I type this, heavy. It's getting harder to bend my knuckles. The mineral coldness I first felt radiating from those walls now feels like it's radiating from my own core. I don't know how long this process takes, or what happens at the end. All I know is that my camping trip in Pennsylvania was a deadly mistake. I slept in Concrete City, and now I feel like I'm becoming part of it. Slowly, inexorably, like concrete setting hard. My name is Charlotte Lewis. At least I think it still is. Sometimes, when the humming starts behind my eyes or the shadows in the corner of the room seem to stretch just a little too long, I'm not entirely sure who I am anymore. Or rather, what I am. It all started, or perhaps it's more accurate to say, it all unraveled during that camping trip. The one I took alone to the illuminated National Forest in Pennsylvania. It was supposed to be an escape, a desperate grasp for equilibrium in a life that felt increasingly like a runaway train. Ironic, isn't it? I went seeking peace and quiet, and instead I found something else. Something that latched on and refuses to let go. The city had become unbearable. A constant, grinding cacophony of noise, traffic, sirens, the incessant chatter of neighbors through the apartment walls, the relentless pinging of notifications on my phone. It wasn't just the audible noise, it was the psychic weight of it all. The pressure to perform, to connect, to constantly be. I felt frayed, stretched thin like old elastic, ready to snap. My thoughts raced, tangled knots I couldn't undo. Sleep offered little respite, filled with anxious dreams that left me more exhausted than before. I needed silence. Not just the absence of sound, but a deep, profound quiet that could seep into my bones and soothe the frantic energy buzzing beneath my skin. The illuminated National Forest seemed like the perfect antidote. Vast, remote, ancient. Miles upon miles of trees, streams, and rugged terrain. Far from the concrete jungle and its demands. The plan was simply drive deep into the wilderness, hike further and to find a secluded spot, set up my small tent, and just be. No phone signal, no emails, no expectations. Just me, the trees, and the sky. I envisioned days spent reading, sketching, maybe just sitting and listening to the natural world, letting its rhythms wash over me and cleanse the accumulated stress. I packed meticulously tent, sleeping bag, food supplies, water filter, first aid kit, a compass, a map, and, crucially, no electronics beyond a basic flashlight and a backup power bank for it. I craved disconnection. The drive itself was therapeutic, watching the urban sprawl gradually give way to rolling hills, then dense woodlands. The air changed, losing its acrid bite and taking on the rich, loamy scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. By the time I reached the ranger station on the edge of the forest, a semblance of calm had already begun to settle over me. I registered my planned route a relatively well-trodden trail initially, then veering off onto a less maintained path leading deeper into the woods. The ranger, a weathered man with kind eyes, nodded approvingly. "Good spot," he'd said. "Quiet out there. Just be sure you know your way. Easy to get turned around." I assured him I was experienced and had my navigation tools. He wished me well, and I drove the final few miles to the trailhead, the gravel road kicking up dust behind my car. Leaving the car felt like shedding a skin. I shouldered my pack, the weight familiar and grounding, and stepped onto the trail. The initial section was pleasant, dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, birdsong echoing through the trees. But I wanted more solitude than this main path offered. After an hour or so, I consulted my map and found the smaller trail branching off just as planned. It was narrower, overgrown in places, but clearly less traveled. Perfect. The further I walked, the denser the forest became. The towering pines and hemlocks closed in, their branches forming a thick roof that muted the sunlight. The air grew cooler, damper. The sounds changed too. The cheerful chirping of birds near the edge of the forest gave way to the occasional haunting cry of a hawk circling overhead. The rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, and the constant, soughing sight of the wind moving through the high branches of the pines. It was exactly the kind of remote wilderness I had craved. Yet, as the afternoon wore on, a subtle shift occurred within me. The profound silence I'd longed for began to feel heavy, oppressive almost. The feeling of solitude, initially liberating, started to edge towards isolation. I kept glancing over my shoulder, though I knew, logically, that I was miles from anyone. The trees, majestic and ancient, began to feel less like silent witnesses and more like watchful sentinels. I shook my head, chiding myself. This was just the city's stress talking, the ingrained paranoia of urban living. This was nature. It was supposed to be peaceful. I found my spot late in the afternoon, a small clearing near a burbling stream, sheltered by a dense stand of pines. It felt right, secluded, protected with a water source nearby. Setting up camp was a familiar ritual that helped dispel the nascent unease. Pitching the tent, unrolling my sleeping bag, arranging my supplies. The simple, practical tasks focused my mind. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple above the tree line, I built a small, careful fire. The crackling flames were a comfort, pushing back the encroaching shadows and the deepening chill. But even the firelight couldn't entirely banish the odd tension that lingered in the air, a feeling I couldn't quite name. It was more than just the natural alertness of being alone in the wild. It felt expectant, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. I ate my simple meal, listening. The sounds were normal enough, the crackle of the fire, the gurgle of the stream, the chirp of crickets, the wind whispering high above. Yet, there was an undercurrent to it, a quality I couldn't pinpoint. That night's sleep was fitful. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves outside the thin nylon walls of my tent sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I told myself it was just deer, or raccoons, or maybe a curious fox. Normal forest noises. But my mind, already prone to anxiety, conjured more sinister shapes in the darkness. I lay awake for hours, listening, straining my ears against the silence and the sounds, feeling ridiculously vulnerable in my thin shelter. The next morning, I woke feeling groggy and slightly ashamed of my nocturnal fears. The daylight, crisp and clear, seemed to burn away the anxieties of the night. I decided then I wasn't just going to be in nature. I needed to actively connect with it. My problem, I reasoned, was that I was still trapped in my head, projecting my own fears onto the environment. I needed to go deeper, to truly immerse myself, to push past the surface level experience. That's when I decided to meditate. Not just a casual, calming meditation, but a deep, focused effort to dissolve the boundaries between myself and the forest, to truly listen to what it had to say. It felt like the only way to break through the mental noise and find the peace I so desperately sought. It was a deliberate act, an attempt to force a connection I felt was eluding me. Oh, Charlotte, if only you knew. If only I had simply packed up and left then, content with the surface level quiet. But I pushed. I reached out, wanting to grasp the soul of the wild, and in my desperate seeking, I believe I opened a door. A door that should have remained firmly shut. I found a spot away from my campsite, a mossy patch beneath a particularly ancient-looking pine, its branches laden with cones, its bark thick and deeply furrowed. I sat, crossed my legs, closed my eyes, and focused on my breath, just as I'd done countless times before in yoga classes and quiet moments at home. In out. Slow, deep breaths. I consciously relaxed my muscles, releasing the tension I carried in my shoulders and jaw. Then I shifted my focus outwards, opening my awareness to the sounds around me. The stream, the distant bird calls, the gentle breeze. Initially, it was calming. My mind began to quieten. The frantic energy subsided, replaced by a growing sense of stillness. This was it, I thought. This was the connection I was seeking. But then, something began to change. The sounds didn't just exist. They became sharper, more defined, almost hyper-realistic. I could hear individual leaves rustling on different trees, the precise pattern of water flowing over specific stones in the stream, the drone of insects with an almost painful clarity. It was overwhelming, yet fascinating. I leaned into it, pushing my awareness further. And that's when I first heard it. Beneath the sighing of the wind through the pine needles, a different quality emerged. Not just air moving through branches, but something structured, something that brushed against the edge of intelligibility. Whispers. Faint, fleeting, like snatches of conversation heard from a great distance or through a thick wall. I strained to make them out, but they remained elusive, dancing just beyond comprehension. My logical mind immediately supplied explanations, the wind playing tricks, auditory pareidolia, my own imagination filling the silence, but the feeling persisted. The whispers didn't sound random. They had a cadence, a rhythm that felt intentional. And the rustling in the undergrowth, it no longer sounded like small animals foraging. It began to sound like footsteps. Soft, deliberate footsteps, always seeming to circle just outside my peripheral awareness, stopping whenever I tried to pinpoint the source. A cold knot began to form in my stomach, tightening with each half-heard syllable on the wind, each phantom footfall in the leaves. The peace I had momentarily grasped was evaporating, replaced by a primal, chilling dread. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. My eyes snapped open. The meditative calm I'd briefly touched was shattered, replaced by a jangling, ice-cold fear that resonated deep in my bones. The whispers didn't stop. If anything, they seemed to coalesce, closer now, swirling around my head like phantom insects. The rhythmic rustling intensified, sounding less like leaves and more like deliberate, heavy footfalls crunching on the forest floor just beyond the edge of the mossy patch where I sat frozen. But it wasn't just the sounds anymore. The seeing had changed. The world I opened my eyes to was not the same one I had closed them upon moments before. It was the Allegheny forest. Yes, the same ancient pines, the mossy ground, the stream nearby, but viewed through a warped, feverish lens. The colors were painfully vivid, almost fluorescent. The greens of the moss and ferns seemed to glow with an unnatural inner light. The browns of the tree bark were so deep they looked like charred wounds, and the patches of blue sky visible through the canopy were a piercing, impossible azure. Conversely, the shadows were unnervingly deep, pooling beneath trees and bushes like pools of ink, and they didn't seem entirely static. I could have sworn they subtly writhed and stretched at the edges of my vision, elongating towards me when I wasn't looking directly at them. And the trees. God, the trees. They no longer felt like passive, majestic giants. They seemed aware, alert. Their massive trunks felt subtly angled towards me, their high branches intertwined like grasping fingers, leaning in, listening. The perspective felt skewed, distorted, as if I were looking through the wrong end of a telescope, or perhaps through the eyes of someone gripped by a hallucinogenic trance. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Hello. I called out, my voice trembling, sounding thin and pathetic against the vastness of the woods. Is anyone there? Silence answered, but it wasn't empty. It was a charged, waiting silence, thick with unseen attention. Then, the whispering resumed, louder this time, seeming to emanate not just from the wind, but from the very air around me, from the bark of the pines, from the dark spaces between the leaves. Still unintelligible, yet maddeningly insistent, the sibilant sound scraped against my nerves. And the footsteps, thump, crunch, started again, circling me, always just beyond the screen of foliage, always stopping the instant I spun, around trying to catch a glimpse of their owner. This wasn't just anxiety. This wasn't just the stress of the city finding an outlet. My mind screamed at me to rationalize fatigue, dehydration, the effects of prolonged silence on an overstimulated brain. I clung to these thoughts like life rafts, but the sheer sensory wrongness of my surroundings, The chilling persistence of the whispers and footsteps punched holes in my logical defenses. I felt a presence, something ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent, perhaps even hostile, to my small human existence. It felt like the forest itself had woken up, and it didn't like me being there, probing its secrets with my clumsy meditation. Or worse, maybe it did like me there, in the way a predator likes cornered prey. I fumbled for my water bottle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unscrew the cap. I took a long drink, the cool liquid doing little to quell the inferno of fear inside me. I forced myself to look at my compass, its needle quivering slightly. North was still north. The physical laws hadn't completely broken down then. Or had they? The vibrant, pulsating colors, the shifting shadows, the leaning trees, they argued otherwise. I looked at the map, trying to focus on the familiar lines and symbols, trying to anchor myself to its representation of reality. But the ink seemed too stark, the lines too rigid against the fluid, menacing landscape I now perceived. Get a grip, Charlotte. I muttered, the sound of my own voice a small, fragile thing in the overwhelming presence of the woods. It's the solitude. It's playing tricks on you. But the whispers seemed to mock my attempts at self-reassurance, swirling closer, sometimes sounding almost like distorted laughter, a cold, dry sound like rustling leaves blown across dry stone. The footsteps paced faster, now more agitated. I felt trapped, watched, exposed. The sensory overload was becoming unbearable. The hyper-vibrant colors seemed to throb, making my eyes ache. The deep shadows felt like they were breathing. The constant, unintelligible whispering was like sandpaper on my sanity, punctuated by the heavy tread of whatever unseen thing was stalking me. Was I going mad? I had the pressure finally cracked something inside me. The thought was terrifying, but almost preferable to the alternative that these things were real, that the forest harbored something ancient and aware, and that I, in my foolish attempt to connect, had somehow drawn its attention. I remembered the ranger's kind eyes and his simple warning. Easy to get turned around. He meant geographically, of course. But maybe he also meant mentally. Maybe people came out here seeking peace and found only their own unraveled minds reflected in the deep woods. But the feeling of being hunted was too strong, too primal, to be dismissed as mere hallucination. Every instinct screamed danger. The air itself felt thick with menace. The decision wasn't even conscious. It was a pure, animalistic imperative. Flee. I stumbled back towards my campsite, crashing through the undergrowth, the whispers and footsteps following relentlessly. My neat little setup from the day before now looked pathetic, inadequate against the backdrop of this suddenly alien and hostile forest. Tent, sleeping bag, cooking gear, they seemed like childish toys in the face of whatever lurked just beyond my sight. There was no thought of staying another night, no thought of calmly packing everything away. Survival instincts had taken over. I shoved my sleeping bag haphazardly into my pack, ignoring the carefully rolled neatness I usually insisted upon. Food supplies, water filter, map, compass, flashlight, essentials only. I left the tent standing, a small, nylon monument to my failed escape. Let the forest have it. I just wanted out. With my pack half secured, bouncing awkwardly on my back, I started running. Or rather, stumbling and crashing my way back towards where I thought the small trail was. Panic obliterated my usually reliable sense of direction. The map felt useless. The compass needle seemed to spin mockingly before settling. The forest, which had seemed merely dense before, now felt actively malicious. Low-hanging branches seemed to whip at my face intentionally. Thorny bushes snagged my clothes, and exposed roots seemed positioned perfectly to trip my stumbling feet. And the sounds pursued me. The whispers were a constant torrent now, swirling around me, sometimes dropping to low, guttural murmurs, sometimes rising to high-pitched, sibilant hisses. I still couldn't understand the words, but the intent felt clear malice, mockery, perhaps even a strange, predatory invitation. The footsteps kept pace, sometimes behind me, sometimes seeming to flank me on either side, heavy, deliberate, terrifyingly close. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, gasping for breath, tears of terror streaming down my face. mingling with the sweat and grime. The unnaturally bright colors of the foliage blurred past me in streaks. The writhing shadows seemed to reach for my ankles. I was running deeper and deeper into a nightmare painted in lurid, impossible hues, hunted by whispers and shadows, with the chilling certainty that I had indeed opened a door, and whatever waited on the other side was now chasing me through the screaming silence of the Allegheny pines. The peace I sought had twisted it into pure, unadulterated terror, and I didn't even know if I was running towards safety or simply further into the forest's hungry embrace. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning, dissolved into a frantic cycle of gasping breaths, pounding feet, and the relentless terror of pursuit. The forest was a nightmarish kaleidoscope of two bright greens and two dark shadows, the trees leaning, whispering, their branches snagging like skeletal fingers. The whispers swirled, a vortex of sibilant sounds that scraped against my sanity, occasionally resolving into something that sounded chillingly like my own name, stretched and distorted. Charlotte. It seemed to hiss, carried on the unnatural wind. The heavy footsteps matched my pace, sometimes falling back, sometimes drawing unnervingly close, a terrifying rhythm section to the whisper's chaotic melody. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but adrenaline and sheer panic kept me moving. I tripped countless times, sprawling onto the damp earth, scrambling back up with renewed desperation, convinced it was right behind me, reaching. Once, glancing wildly to my side, I thought I saw it, not clearly, never clearly, but a suggestion of movement in the deepest shadows, something tall and impossibly thin, swaying slightly like a broken branch in the wind, yet radiating an undeniable malevolence. I didn't look again. Just when I thought I couldn't possibly run another step, that I would collapse and be swallowed by the pulsing, whispering woods, I burst through a final wall of foliage and stumbled onto something blessedly familiar, the wider, more defined path of the main trail I had hiked in on. It looked different now, imbued with the same unsettling vibrancy and deep shadows as the rest of the forest, but it was undeniably the trail. A surge of desperate hope shot through me. It felt like reaching the surface after being held underwater for too long. I didn't slow down. If anything, the sight of the trail spurred me on, the possibility of escape now tangible. I ran along the path, my legs like lead, glancing constantly over my shoulder. The whispers seemed fainter here, less encompassing, though still present, like static on the edge of hearing. The footsteps behind me grew less distinct, perhaps masked by my own pounding feet on the firmer ground, or perhaps, whatever it was, preferred the deeper woods. I didn't dare hope too much. Finally, through the distorted trees, I saw it, the glint of metal and glass. My car, parked where I'd left it at the trailhead, looking blessedly mundane, yet also strangely out of place in this fevered dream version of reality. I fumbled hysterically with my keys, my shaking hands making the simple act of unlocking the door an agonizing challenge. The whispers seemed to surge momentarily as I struggled, as if mocking my clumsiness. Then the lock clicked. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and locked it, leaning my forehead against the steering wheel, gasping, sobbing, heart still trying to beat its way out of my chest. Silence. Blessed relative silence, broken only by own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. The thick glass of the car windows seemed to dampen the whispers, pushing them further back, though not eliminating them entirely. I sat there for minutes, maybe longer, just breathing, trying to convince myself I was safe. But the world outside the windshield still looked wrong. The trees lining the gravel road seemed too vivid, the shadows beneath them too profound. Starting the engine felt like a victory. The familiar rumble was grounding, a piece of the normal world intruding into this nightmare. I threw the car into reverse, spun onto the gravel road, and drove away from the trailhead as fast as I dared, thus clouding the unnerving view in my rearview mirror. I didn't look back. The drive out of the forest was agonizingly slow, the gravel road seeming longer than I remembered. Every shadow that flickered across the road, every gust of wind that buffeted the car, sent fresh waves of panic through me. I kept the radio off, unable to bear any sound beyond the engine and the tires. Yet the silence wasn't truly silent. I could still hear it, faint but undeniable, a soft, sibilant whispering woven into the rushing sound of the wind outside, a ghostly echo of the forest's voice. Even as I reached the paved highway, putting miles between myself and the Aligny, the wrongness persisted. The sky was too blue. The clouds were too sharply defined. The green of the fields I passed seemed to vibrate with an unnatural intensity. It was subtle, perhaps unnoticeable to anyone else, but to me it was a constant, sickening reminder. The filter had changed. The lens through which I perceived reality had been irrevocably altered. Returning to my apartment, to the city, offered no sanctuary. I had craved this noise, this mundane reality, as I fled the terrifying silence of the woods. But the city sounds didn't drown out the whispers, they merely provided new conduits. I heard them in the low hum of the refrigerator, a constant, meaningless susurrus that crawled beneath my skin. I heard them in the static between radio stations, patterns forming and dissolving before I could grasp them. I heard them in the gentle whir of my computer's fan in the side of the building's ventilation system. They were quieter now, more insidious, woven into the fabric of everyday sound, a constant reminder that the forest, or whatever resided there, hadn't entirely let me go. And the sights, the colors never fully returned to normal. There's always a slight oversaturation, a vibrancy that feels artificial, like a poorly adjusted television screen. Shadows, especially in the periphery, still seem deeper than they should be, sometimes appearing to pool or stretch when I'm not looking directly at them. Familiar objects in my own apartment occasionally look subtly wrong. The grain of the wood on my tables to shift. The pattern on the curtains seems to wreathe slightly if I stare too long. Did I go mad in those woods? Is this all just a manifestation of a psychotic break, triggered by stress and isolation? I've asked myself that question 1,000 times. I even tried talking to a therapist once. I described the anxiety, the camping trip, the overwhelming fear. I skirted around the whispers, the colors, the wrongness, afraid of being labeled delusional, of being locked away. The therapist spoke of stress responses, panic disorders, dissociation. Plausible explanations, all of them, and yet they don't feel true. Not entirely, because I remember the feeling in that forest, the ancient aware presence, the distinct, malevolent intelligence I sensed behind the whispers. My mistake wasn't going camping alone. My mistake wasn't even seeking solitude. My mistake was trying too hard to listen, meditating with such desperate intensity that I forced open a door in my own perception. I wanted to connect with nature, but I bypassed the gentle murmur of the stream and tapped into something older, stranger, and far more dangerous. I peeled back a layer of reality, just for a moment, and exposed myself to the whispers on the wind, the things not meant to be perceived by a rational mind. I think in that moment of forced connection, something noticed me. Something from the deep woods, from the whispering wind in the pines, saw the door I had opened in my mind. And when I fled, a fragment of an echo, a whisper, slipped through where the door slammed shut. It didn't follow me home in a physical sense. It embedded itself in my perception. So now I live in a world that is perpetually, subtly off kilter. The colors are too bright, the shadows too deep, and the whispers are always there, a constant low hum beneath the threshold of everyday noise. I avoid quiet places now. I keep music or the television on constantly, desperate to drone out the insidious sounds from the static from the hum, from the wind outside my window, but they're always there. I didn't find peace in the Allegheny National Forest. I found proof that there are frequencies we're not meant to tune into, doors that are best left unopened. And I learned the hard way that when you stare too deeply into the woods, sometimes the woods stare back. And sometimes, just sometimes, a piece of them follows you home, forever whispering in the corners of your mind. My name is Theodore Jackson. That feels like the only solid thing I can offer you right now. The only piece of information that hasn't started Tob shift, I suppose. Everything else feels coated in a fine layer of dust, like the memories themselves are decaying, rusting from the inside out. People ask me how my camping trip went. I tell them it was fine. Good to get away, I say, maybe forcing a smile that feels tight on my face. Needed the peace and quiet. I mention the woods, the fresh air. Sometimes, if they press, I'll mention the accident. A stupid slip, I tell them. Clumsy mistake exploring somewhere I shouldn't have been. Cut my leg. Yeah, it was pretty bad, but it's healing. That's usually enough. People don't like dwelling on unpleasantness, and honestly, neither do I. Or at least, I didn't used to. The trip, it was impulsive. Things had been difficult. Work stress, the usual grind. But something else too, a low hum of dissatisfaction under the surface of everything. I felt cooped up, not just physically in my apartment, but mentally. Like the walls were closing in, the routine becoming a cage. I needed space, real space. Not a manicured park or a crowded beach, but somewhere wild, somewhere quiet enough to hear myself think. Or maybe quiet enough to stop thinking altogether for a while. Pennsylvania called to me. Specifically, the northeastern part, the old coal regions. I'd seen pictures online haunting images of decaying industrial giants swallowed by forests. Skeletal remains of a bygone era left to crumble. There was something compelling about that decay, that quiet surrender to nature, a morbid curiosity, perhaps, but it felt fitting for my mood. Find a spot in the woods, pitch a tent, read a book, maybe hike a little. Simple. Remote. I found a state forest area online, not too far from where one of the larger abandoned coal breakers stood. The website didn't exactly advertise camping next to the ruin. These places are fenced off, dangerous, technically off limits. But it showed trails nearby, areas where dispersed camping was permitted. Good enough. I packed my gear: tent, sleeping bag, stove, first aid kit, ironic, considering, enough food for a few days, and a couple of thick paperbacks I had never gotten around to reading. I told my boss I needed a few personal days, told my sister I was going off grid for a bit, and drove west. The drive itself was uneventful, the miles blurring past car windows, until the landscape started to change. Rolling hills gave way to steeper valleys scared by old mining operations. Small towns clustered along rivers, their architecture hinting at a more prosperous past. There was a melancholy beauty to it all, a sense of history weighing heavy on the air. Finding the access road to the forest area wasn't hard, but the road itself quickly turned rough, gravel spitting under my tires. I parked where the road became impassable for my sedan and loaded up my pack. The air in the woods felt different. Cooler, damp, carrying the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. It was quiet, but not silent. Birds called, squirrels chattered, the wind sighed through the upper branches. I hiked for maybe an hour, following a barely their trail deeper into the trees, looking for a suitable spot. And then, through a gap in the foliage, I saw it. Even from a distance, it was immense. The coal breaker. It wasn't just a building. It was a mountain of rusting metal and blackened wood, a colossal skeleton silhouetted against the afternoon sky. Conveyor belts snaked out like broken limbs, towers pierced the tree line, vast banks of shattered windows stared out like empty eye sockets. It dominated the landscape, a silent, brooding presence. It was exactly like the pictures, only more. More imposing, more desolate, more magnetic. I found a relatively flat clearing maybe half a mile away, screened by trees but still close enough that the upper structures of the breaker were visible if you knew where to look. It felt right. Secluded, quiet, but with that immense, silent neighbor standing sentinel nearby. I set up my tent, unpacked my stove, and made some coffee. As I sat there, sipping the hot liquid, my eyes kept drifting back towards the gap in the trees, towards the rusting behemoth. It was supposed to be a backdrop, a piece of scenery. But it felt like more than that. It felt like the main event. First day passed peacefully enough. I read. I walked a little loop through the woods, careful not to get too close to the breaker site yet. Signs were posted sporadically. Dangar. Kaipa ut. UN stably esterictuary. Standard warnings. Necessary, obviously. These places were notorious for collapsing floors, falling debris, unseen pits. People had gotten hurt, even killed exploring them. I wasn't stupid. I knew the risks. But the warnings only seemed to amplify the pull, the sense of forbidden territory. As evening approached on the second day, the atmosphere began to shift. The sun dipped lower, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. The woods grew quieter, the daytime birds replaced by the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of some unseen creature in the undergrowth. And the breaker did seem to grow in the fading light. Its sharp angles softened, its gaping holes deepened into black voids. The rust took on a blood-red hue in the sunset. It looked less like a ruin and more like something waiting. I finished my simple dinner, canned stew heated over my little stove, and cleaned up. The plan had been to read until dark, then crawl into my sleeping bag. But I couldn't settle. I kept glancing towards the breaker. It was closer now, wasn't it? Or maybe it just felt closer. The air was still heavy. Dusk is a strange time in the woods, a liminal space between day and night. Things feel different possible. Just a closer look, I told myself. The thought felt less like my own and more like a suggestion whispered on the breeze. Won't go inside. Just walk around the perimeter. See it up close before the light fails completely. It sounded reasonable. Foolish, yes, but reasonable in that moment. What harm could it do? Stay outside the fences, respect the warnings, just observe. Satisfy the curiosity that had been gnawing at me since I first saw it. I left my headlamp off initially, letting my eyes adjust to the deepening twilight. The half-mile walk felt shorter this time. The sounds of my campsite faded behind me, replaced by a deepening silence that seemed to emanate from the structure itself. Or maybe not silence. As I got closer, I could hear faint creaks, groans of stressed metal, the occasional skittering sound that could have been loose debris shifting, or maybe small animals. The sheer scale of it became overwhelming up close. Walls of corrugated metal, stained and torn, loomed over me. Concrete foundations crumbled like ancient teeth. Twisted girders reached towards the sky like grasping fingers. The smell was different here too, damp earth, rust, cold dust, and something else, a cold, metallic tang in the air. There was a fence, chain-link topped with barbed wire in places, but it was laughably inadequate. Sections were flattened, others simply rusted away, leaving wide gaps. The warning signs were faded, peppered with rust holes, some barely legible. It wouldn't take much effort to step inside the perimeter. And suddenly, standing there in the gloaming, with the colossal ruin breathing its cold, metallic breath down on me, simply walking the perimeter didn't feel like enough. The real mystery, the real heart of the thing, was inside those decaying walls. That was the moment the sensible part of my brain, the part that respected fences and warning signs, and the very real possibility of plunging through a rotten floor, lost the argument. The pull was too strong. I saw a section where the fence was completely gone, leading towards a dark opening in the base of the main structure, a doorway choked with debris but passable. It looked like a mouth. A dark, inviting mouth daring me to enter. And, like a fool mesmerized, I stepped through. The air inside was instantly colder, the silence more profound. The last vestiges of daylight were swallowed by the cavernous interior. This right here was the beginning of the mistake. Not just the mistake, but my mistake. The one I'm still paying for. Stepping through that gap in the rusted metal was like crossing a threshold into another world. The temperature dropped immediately. The air thick with the metallic tang I'd smelled outside, now mixed with the cloying scent of damp decay and something else, something acrid, like old oil or chemicals soaked deep into the concrete floor. The twilight outside vanished, swallowed by an oppressive darkness that felt heavy, almost solid. The vastness of the interior was immediate, even unseen. Sounds echoed strangely, my own footsteps crunching on debris, the drip of water somewhere in the blackness, the low groan of the structure settling around me. It was less a building and more the carcass of some enormous beast, and I was creeping into its belly. I fumbled for the small flashlight clipped to my pack. Its beam cut a weak, wavering cone through the gloom, illuminating fragments of the immense space. Towering machinery, coated in decades of coal dust and rust, rose like monolithic idols into the darkness above. Conveyor belts, thick with hardened grime, snaked through the air, disappearing into unseen heights. Catwalks crisscrossed far overhead, many looking rotten or partially collapsed. The scale was disorienting. Dust motes danced in the flashlight beam like disturbed spirits. My initial sense of morbid curiosity began to curdle into something closer to genuine apprehension. This place wasn't just abandoned, it felt malevolent. Waiting. Still, the pull remained. Deeper inside, there had to be more to see. The heart of the operation, I moved cautiously, sweeping the light back and forth. My footsteps were loud in the unnatural quiet, echoing back at me from unseen corners. I kept telling myself the noises were just the wind finding its way through gaps in the shattered walls, or the settling of the ancient structure. But doubt gnawed at me. Was that rhythmic clanking just loose metal swaying, or something else? Did that shadow in the corner just shift, or was it a trick of the light? The air felt charged, expectant. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the back of my neck. I tried to shake it off. Solitude, darkness, an overactive imagination fueled by the creepy setting. Perfectly logical explanations. I found myself drawn towards a skeletal metal staircase, spiraling upwards into the gloom. It looked terrifyingly unstable, bolts missing, treads coated in slippery decay. But it promised a vantage point, a way to grasp the layout of this metal labyrinth. The official story. The one I tell myself and anyone who asks, is that this is where the simple stupidity kicked in. Wanting a better view, misjudging the structure's integrity. Reckless, yes, but purely physical. That's the narrative I cling to. Climbing felt like ascending into the breaker's ribcage. Each step protested with a groan or screech of tortured metal. My flashlight beam danced nervously, showing patches of rust so deep they looked like wounds, sections where the metal was paper thin. The height increased rapidly, the floor receding into shadow below. Maybe 50 feet up, I reached a small platform, a junction point where multiple conveyors once converged. It offered a panoramic view of the cavernous space, or at least what my flashlight could reach. Vast hoppers gaped like open mouths, chutes descended into darkness, and everywhere, the intricate, skeletal framework of the breaker stretched away into the gloom. It was awe-inspiring in its ruination. I took a moment, catching my breath, playing the light around. And that's when it happened. I don't know if I shifted my weight, if a rusted bolt finally gave way, or if the metal itself simply decided it had held long enough. There was a sickening lurch beneath my feet. A sharp crack echoed through the space, and the section of catwalk I was standing on tilted violently. My stomach plummeted. I scrabbled for purchase, my hand closing on empty air as the metal gave way completely. There was a brief sensation of falling, then a brutal impact as I landed hard on a lower level. A tangle of pipes and machinery cushioning the fall slightly, but not preventing the searing pain that shot up my leg. I must have cried out, though I don't remember. My head swam, stars exploding behind my eyes from the impact. My flashlight had clattered away, its beam now pointing uselessly at a far wall, casting long, dancing shadows. Pain, sharp and nauseating, radiated from my lower left leg. I reached down, my fingers coming away sticky and warm. Even in the dim, reflected light, I could see a deep gash, ripped open by a jagged edge of rusted metal I must have hit on the way down or during the landing. Blood welled up quickly, disturbingly dark. Panic began to set in. The fall, the injury, the sudden, overwhelming darkness pressing in now that my main light source was yards away. I lay there for a moment, maybe longer, trying to catch my breath, trying to fight down the rising tide of fear. The pain was intense, throbbing in time with my heartbeat. I gritted my teeth, telling myself to stay calm, assess the situation. I needed to retrieve the flashlight, check the wound properly, figure out how to get out of here. And that's when I saw it, or rather, sensed it first. A stillness in the shadows, a focal point in the gloom that hadn't been there before. My eyes strained against the darkness, drawn towards the deepest black pool beneath a hulking piece of machinery. maybe 30 feet away. At first, I thought it was just my disoriented brain playing tricks or another odd configuration of debris, but thing it moved. Not like an animal, not like a person stumbling around in the dark. It was a jerky, hesitant unfolding, like a construction of sharp, metallic angles detaching itself from the surrounding wreckage. It wasn't large, maybe vaguely human-sized if it stood upright, but it didn't stand upright. It shifted, rearranged itself with faint, grating sounds, like rusted joints protesting movement. My breath hitched. The flashlight beam, still illuminating that far wall, cast just enough ambient light to silhouette its form against the deeper black. It was all wrong angles, spindly limbs of what looked like dark, corroded metal, impossibly thin. There was no discernible head, no face, just a complex geometry of intersecting planes and sharp edges. It reminded me of discarded scrap metal, somehow animated and fused with a disturbing, unnatural life. It didn't seem organic. It felt manufactured, but broken, deranged. It made no move towards me. It simply observed. If it had eyes, they were fixed on me. I felt its attention like a physical weight, colder than the already frigid air of the breaker. The silence stretched, broken only by own ragged breathing and the relentless throbbing in my leg. I told myself it was the fall, the blow to the head, the pain, delirium, a hallucination born of shock and darkness. It had to be. Things like that didn't exist. Broken machinery didn't come to life. But the sheer wrongness of it, the cold, calculating stillness, bypassed all my attempts at rationalization. Primal fear, cold and absolute, gripped me. The pain in my leg was momentarily forgotten, eclipsed by the urgent need to flee. Forget the flashlight. Get out. Now. Scrabbling backwards, ignoring the jolt of agony from my leg, I pushed myself up. My injured leg buckled instantly, and I nearly collapsed again. Using my hands and my good leg, I started to drag myself away, moving clumsily, blindly, towards where I thought the exit was. Every scrape of my body against the debris-strewn floor sounded deafeningly loud. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel it. Feel the weight of its gaze following me. Did I hear a faint, rhythmic clattering behind me, mimicking the sound of dragging metal? Or was that just the echo of my own desperate escape? Somehow, I found the opening I'd come through. Bursting out of the breaker's suffocating darkness and back into the twilight felt like surfacing from underwater. I collapsed onto the damp earth just outside the fence line, gasping for air, trembling uncontrollably. The wood seemed impossibly bright, impossibly normal after the Stygian gloom inside. I risked a glance back at the dark opening. Nothing, just shadows. Pulling myself together took immense effort. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by shivering and the full, agonizing reality of my injury. I used my belt as a makeshift tourniquet above the wound, trying to stanch the bleeding, then half limped, half crawled the agonizing distance back to my campsite. Every rustle in the woods sounded like pursue it. Every shadow seemed to hold sharp, metallic angles. Back in the relative safety of my tent, fumbling with my first aid kit by the light of my spare headlamp, I cleaned the gash as best I could. It was deep, ugly, contaminated with rust and grime from the breaker floor. As I bandaged it tightly, forcing myself to focus on the physical task, I replayed what I'd seen, or what I thought I'd seen. A trick of the light. Shock. Definitely shock. That was the story. I got hurt badly, got spooked by the dark and the creepy atmosphere. That's all it was. It had to be. I repeated it to myself like a mantra, huddled in my sleeping bag, shivering despite the layers, listening to the night sounds outside, trying desperately to believe my own lie. But even then, as I drifted into an uneasy, pain-filled sleep, I couldn't shake the image of those sharp angles unfolding in the darkness. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every time I started to drift off, the image of those sharp, metallic angles unfolding in the darkness would snap me back awake. Heart pounding, sweat cooling rapidly in the night air. The pain in my leg was a constant, throbbing reminder, a physical anchor to the terror. I dosed the wound with antiseptic from my kit, wrapped it tightly, but it felt wrong. Deeper than the torn flesh, there was a persistent coldness emanating from the gash, a chill that to seep into my bones, entirely separate from the night air. I told myself it was shock, nerve damage. Another rationalization added to the growing pile. Outside the thin nylon walls of the tent, the ordinary sounds of the forest, the wind, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, felt menacing, each noise potentially masking something else, something unnatural. Did I hear a faint, intermittent scraping sound, like metal dragging lightly over stone, far off in the direction of the breaker? Or was it just the branches of a dead tree rubbing together? I strained my ears, holding my breath, but could never be sure. Morning arrived gray and unwelcoming. Packing up was an agonizingly slow process. Every movement sent jolts of pain up my leg. Putting weight on it was nearly impossible. The bandage was already soaking through with something thin and dark, not quite blood red. Peeling it back, my stomach churned. The skin around the gash looked pale, almost grayish, and felt unnaturally cold to the touch, despite the inflammation I expected. The edges of the wound seemed oddly precise, almost too clean for a tear from rusted metal, yet undeniably ragged. In the cold, it wasn't just a surface sensation, it felt like it radiated from deep within the tissue. I cleaned it again, applied more antiseptic, bandaged it thicker this time, trying to ignore the wrongness of it. Infection, I told myself grimly. Got to be. Nasty infection from that filthy place. The hike back to the car was hell. It couldn't have been more than a couple of miles, but it felt like 100. I used a sturdy branch as a makeshift crutch, dragging my injured leg, stopping every few minutes, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat despite the cool air. The woods felt different now. No longer a place of potential peace, but a place of lurking threats. Every flicker of movement in my peripheral vision made me jump. The wind sighing through the skeletal frame of the distant breaker, carried on the breeze, sounded like a low, metallic whisper. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, half expecting to see a flicker of unnatural movement between the trees, a glint of corroded metal where it shouldn't be. Several times, I could have sworn I heard again that faint, rhythmic clatter, distant but distinct, always stopping when I stopped to listen. Just echoes, I told myself. Sound plays tricks in the woods, or maybe just the blood pounding in my ears. Reaching my car felt like reaching salvation. I threw my pack in the back, collapsed into the driver's seat, and locked the doors, leaning my head back, trembling with exhaustion and relief. I drove straight to the nearest urgent care clinic, in a small town miles away. I mumbled something about a hiking accident, slipping on wet rocks near a creek. The doctor, a tired-looking man who'd probably seen his share of stupid tourist injuries, cleaned the wound thoroughly. He commented on the depth, prescribed strong antibiotics for the obvious risk of tetanus and infection from the rusty metal I mentioned. He didn't say much about the coldness or the grayish pallor I pointed out, attributing it to possible nerve damage or circulatory disruption from the trauma. Keep it clean, take the antibiotics, follow up if it gets worse, he advised, his tone suggesting it was just another nasty gash. But I saw a flicker of something in his eyes, curiosity, puzzlement, as he examined the strangely precise edges beneath the grime. Maybe I imagined it. Back home, life tried to resume its normal rhythm, but everything felt off key. The wound refused to heal properly. Weeks passed, and while the initial inflammation subsided slightly, the gash remained stubbornly open, oozing slightly, the skin around it retaining that unhealthy gray tint and unnatural coldness. It didn't hurt constantly anymore, not in the sharp way it did initially, but it ached with a penetrating chill, especially at night or when the weather turned damp. It felt alien. A piece of the breaker's coldness embedded in my flesh. The mental scars were worse. Sleep offered little respite, often filled with disjointed nightmares of falling endlessly through rusting machinery, pursued by shapes made of shadow and sharp angles. During the day, I found myself jumpy, easily startled. Silence became uncomfortable, filled with imagined sounds. Crowded spaces felt suffocating, but being alone felt worse, especially after dark. I avoided looking at piles of scrap metal, construction sites, even complex machinery. That evasiveness people notice now. It started then. A defense mechanism. Keep the story simple. The less I said, the less I had to confront the memory I was so desperately trying to bury. The fall. Simple. Stupid. Explainable. But then came the sounds. Not just in memory, not just imagined in the woods. Faint at first. Barely audible. Usually late at night when the house was quiet. A faint, metallic clink-clatter scrape, like something small and hard being dragged hesitantly across a floor in another room. Or sometimes from outside the window. Never loud, never sustained. Just enough to make me freeze, strain my ears. Enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. I'd investigate, flashlight in hand, heart pounding. Nothing. Never anything. Just the house settling, the wind, the pipes. Logical explanations, always. But the sounds persist. Intermittent, unpredictable. Sometimes I won't hear them for weeks. Sometimes, like last night, it sounds like it's right outside the bedroom door. A faint, hesitant clatter clink. I tell myself it's PTSD. Auditory hallucinations brought on by trauma. Or maybe just my own heightened awareness, noticing every random noise. That's the story I stick to. Because the alternative is that the fall, the injury, wasn't the end of the encounter. That may be when I saw the thing of sharp angles and broken metal in the deepest shadows of the Huber breaker, it saw me too. And maybe somehow a fragment of it, or its attention, latched onto me. I tied to the wound it indirectly caused. I still have the scar, of course. It finally closed over after months, but it's not a normal scar. It's puckered, grayish, and permanently cold to the touch. Colder than the surrounding skin, always. Sometimes when I trace its edges, I feel that deep, bone-chilling cold radiating outwards. And sometimes, very faintly, I think I can hear it. A tiny clink, like broken metal settling nearby. Waiting. The deadly mistake wasn't just going into that ruin. The mistake was thinking I ever truly got out. My name is Amelia Moore. Or, at least, that's what my driver's license says. Some days, usually the bad ones, I have to check just to be sure. It sounds crazy, I know. But you haven't seen what I've seen. Haven't felt that icy dread crawl up your spine and whisper doubts into the very core of your identity. It all started, or maybe I should say it all ended, during what was supposed to be an idyllic camping trip last autumn at Presque Isle State Park. God, Presque Isle. Even the name sounds beautiful, doesn't it? An almost island. A sandy peninsula curling to Lake Erie, like a protective arm. We'd gone there for the fall colors, the quiet beaches, one last hurrah before the Pennsylvania winter settled in. There were 4 of used me, Clue, Ben, and Liam. We'd been friends since college, bonded by late night study sessions, cheap pizza, and a shared sense of needing to escape the mundane whenever possible. Clue was the planner, meticulous and cautious, her backpack always containing a first aid kit that could rival a paramedic's. Ben was the resident historian and nature enthusiast, always ready with a fact about glacial deposits or the migratory patterns of birds we definitely weren't seeing. Liam was the joker, the instigator, the one who could find humor in a downpour or a burnt marshmallow. And me, I guess I was the optimist, the easygoing one, always ready for an adventure, perhaps a little too trusting, a little too naive about the shadows that can lurk just beyond the edge of the campfire light. I saw the good in everything, believed the best of everyone. That was my mistake. Presque Isle was stunning that October. The trees were a riot of crimson, gold, and russet, painting the narrow roads and hiking trails in breathtaking hues. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the vast, freshwater expanse of Lake Erie. We set up our tents in one of the designated camping areas, close enough to hear the rhythmic shushing of waves on the nearby beach, Beach 10, I think it was. Those first 2 days were perfect. We hiked the trails, skipped stones on the unnervingly calm lake surface, cooked meals over our crackling fire, and told stories under a canopy of stars so brilliant they felt close enough to touch. Ben pointed out constellations. Chloe made sure we securely stored our food away from raccoons, and Liam kept us laughing with exaggerated tales of his supposed wilderness survival skills. I soaked it all in, feeling utterly content, completely unaware of the turn things were about to take. We knew about the fog, of course. Locals and park rangers mention it. Lake Erie is notorious for generating sudden, thick fog banks that can roll in off the water with astonishing speed, especially during the transitional seasons like spring and fall. One minute you can see clear across the bay to the city of Erie. The next, you're wrapped in a silent, gray cocoon where visibility drops to mere feet. We even joked about it, imagining spooky scenarios. Liam pretended to be lost, stumbling dramatically near the tents one evening when a light mist drifted in, making Chloe roll her eyes and Ben chuckle. None of us took it seriously. It was just weather, an atmospheric quirk of the Great Lakes. It wasn't alive. It wasn't waiting. Our last day dawned gray and overcast, the vibrant colors of the previous days muted under a heavy sky. There was a damp chill in the air that hadn't been there before. We packed slowly, reluctant to leave. The mood was a little subdued, the end of vacation blues settling in. We had the tents down, sleeping bags rolled, most of the gear stowed in Ben's SUV. It was just after lunch, maybe around 2 p.m. We were standing near the edge of the woods that bordered the campsite, looking out towards the beach. And then we saw it starting. It wasn't dramatic at first, just a hazy blurring of the horizon over the lake. A thin, wispy veil drifting towards shore, but it was moving faster than mist usually does, and it was thicker, denser. Within minutes, the line of trees at the far end of the beach began to dissolve into the gray. The lighthouse, usually a clear landmark, vanished completely. The sound of the waves seemed to change, becoming muffled, distant, as if the fog was swallowing sound itself. "Wow, look at that roll in," Ben murmured, adjusting his glasses. Classic lake effect fog. Temperature differential between the air and the water. We should probably finish packing the last few things and head out, Chloe said, her usual caution kicking in. She zipped up her jacket, glancing nervously as the fog bank enveloped the beach and began creeping towards the tree line near our site. Liam shivered dramatically. "Ooh, spooky!" Perfect weather for ghost stories or one last game. And that's when I opened my stupid mouth. Looking back, I don't know why I said it. Maybe it was the reluctance to let the trip end, the desire for one more shared laugh, one more moment of carefree fun. Maybe it was the eerie atmosphere created by the encroaching fog itself, sparking some misguided sense of adventure. "He's right," I said, smiling. "It's kind of cool, actually. Like being in a movie. How about one quick game of tag, or hide and seek? Right here, just around the tents and the edge of the trees." "It'll be way more challenging in this," Schlo frowned. "Amelia, I don't know. We can barely see the picnic table from here already. Someone could trip, get turned around." "Come on, Colo," Liam wheedled. 5 minutes, we won't go far. "It'll be fun. Last one back to the car has to buy dinner." Ben shrugged. "I guess a quick round couldn't hurt. Stay close, though. My idea. My stupid, naive idea. Fueled by Liam's enthusiasm and Ben's reluctant agreement, Clune's objections were overruled. Fog was thicker now, swirling around us, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet. The familiar shapes of our campsite, the fire pit, the remaining cooler, the edge of the woods were becoming indistinct blurs. The air felt heavy, damp, and unnaturally still. The silence pressed in, broken only by our own voices, which sounded oddly flat. "Okay." Liam grinned, rubbing his hands together. "Tag 'em yet! Scatter!" And just like we did, we laughed, adrenaline kicking in, and plunged into the swirling gray. The familiar layout of the campsite immediately became an alien landscape. I veered left, towards the edge of the trees, thinking I could use them for cover. I could hear Ben crashing through some underbrush nearby, and a muffled giggle that must have been Chloe trying to hide behind the SUV. Liam's footsteps pounded somewhere off to my right. For the first 30 seconds, it still felt like a game. Exhilarating, confusing, but a game nonetheless. I ducked behind a large maple tree, its damp bark slick under my fingers, peering into the opaque wall of white that surrounded me. I couldn't see anyone. I couldn't hear anything except my own breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. The silence was absolute. The muffled sounds from moments before had vanished. It was as if the fog had not only swallowed the light and the landmarks, but the sound waves too. "Okay, guys, this isn't funny," I called out, my voice sounding small and thin. No reply, just the damp, heavy silence. I stepped out from behind the tree, turning in a slow circle. Gray. Nothing but impenetrable. Purely gray in every direction. Where the tent should have been, where the car should have been, where my friend should have been just fog. A flicker of unease, cold and sharp, pierced through the lingering thrill of the game. This wasn't fun anymore. This was wrong. The silence wasn't an absence of noise. It felt like a presence, a heavy blanket smothering the world. My initial calls had been tentative, tinged with annoyance. Now, real fear began to snake its way into my voice. Chloe. Ben, Liam. Seriously, where are you guys? This isn't funny anymore. My shout seemed to die just a few feet from my lips, absorbed by the thick, damp air. Nothing. Just the oppressive gray stillness and the frantic drumming in my own ears. I took a few hesitant steps in what I thought was the direction of the tents, arms outstretched like a blind woman. My foot caught on a root, and I stumbled, catching myself on the damp earth. My hand landed on something slim at moss, maybe, or wet leaves. I scrambled back up, wiping my hand frantically on my jeans, a shudder tracing its way down my spine. Everything looked the same. Featureless, the shifting walls of white. The trees I knew were nearby were completely invisible, phantom presences I could only guess at. Which way had I come from? Which way was the lake? Which way were the woods? Panic began to bubble in my chest, hot and tight. I spun around again, trying to get my bearings, but it was useless. The fog was a perfect sensory deprivation chamber, erasing the world, erasing direction, erasing certainty. How long had I been out here? Minutes. It felt longer. Time seemed to stretch and warp in the uniform gray. I tried calling out again, louder this time, desperation sharpening my tone. "Ben! Lamb! It's more me! This time I heard something!" Faintly, from somewhere off to my left, a muffled shout. Amelia. It sounded like Ben, maybe, but strangely distant, like he was calling from the bottom of a well. "Ben, is that you? Where are you?" I yelled back, relief warring with the unsettling quality of the sound. Another voice, closer this time, higher pitched. "Over here, Chloe." It sounded like her, but flatter, lacking its usual inflection. And then a third sound, a laugh. A short, choked bark that might have been Liam, but it sounded wrong. Strained. Almost mocking. It echoed strangely, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Goosebumps erupted on my arms, unrelated to the cold. Was the fog playing tricks with the sound? It had to be. That was the rational explanation. But deep down, a colder, more primitive fear was taking root. The replies didn't feel right. They felt like poor imitations, like something was learning to mimic my friends' voices. I pushed the thought away. Ridiculous. It was the fog, the panic. Get a grip, Amelia. I started walking slowly towards where I thought Chloe's voice had come from, calling her name periodically. "Chloe! Keep talking so I can find you!" "Here, Amelia." The voice drifted back, still sounding oddly flat, further away than I expected. It seemed to be moving. Was she also lost, stumbling around? Or was something leading me away? I stopped, hesitant. The silence pressed in again, broken only by a sudden rustling in the underbrush very close by. I whirled around, heart leaping into my throat. Who's there? Nothing, just the swirling gray. But I heard it, a twig snapping, the swish of branches. Someone or something was nearby, moving stealthily. Just as I was about to scream, a shape loomed out of the mist directly in front of me. I gasped, stumbling back as Ben nearly collided with me. "Amelia, thank God!" He breathed, grabbing my arm. His face was pale, his glasses slightly fogged. His hand felt clammy cold. "Ben, where were you? Where are the others?" Relief flooded me, so potent it almost made me weak. "I don't know," he said, his voice tight. I got completely turned around. I heard you yelling, thought I heard Liam laugh like an idiot. He trailed off, peering into the fog. "Did you hear that? It sounded weird." "Yeah," I whispered. "Everything sounds weird, Liam." "Chloe, Ben yelled, his voice stronger than mine. From somewhere nearby, through the thick soup, came Chloe's voice, clearer this time, tinged with panic. Ben. Amelia! I'm over here! I think I found the car, guided by her calls, which thankfully sounded more like her now. Ben and I stumbled forward. The hulking shape of his SU slowly materialized from the gray, a dark, solid anchor in the shifting uncertainty. Chloe was standing beside it, hugging herself, her face streaked with dirt where she must have fallen. She looked genuinely frightened. "This is insane," she choked out. "I couldn't see a thing. I thought I was going completely mad." "Where's Liam?" Ben asked, scanning the impenetrable wall of fog around us. As if summoned, another figure emerged, stumbling out from the direction of the woods. Liam. He wasn't laughing now. His usual cocky grin was gone, replaced by a wide-eyed, almost shell-shocked expression. He didn't say anything, just walked quickly towards us, his breathing ragged. "Liam, you okay?" I asked, my own fear momentarily forgotten in concern for him. He was usually unshakable. He just nodded jerkily, avoiding eye contact. He ran a hand through his damp hair. "Man," he finally croaked, his voice hoarse. "That was messed up, really messed up. Couldn't see shit. Thought I heard stuff." "We all did," Chillo said, her voice trembling slightly. "Let's just get out of here. Now." We were all together, safe, accounted for. The relief was immense, yet something felt wrong. As we quickly threw the last couple of bags into the SUV, the atmosphere was thick with more than just fog. The easy camaraderie we'd shared for the past few days had evaporated, replaced by a strange, brittle tension. No one was meeting anyone else's eyes for more than a fleeting second. Ben, usually talkative, was silently checking the tire pressure with unnecessary focus. Chloe kept glancing over her shoulder towards the woods, biting her lip, and Liam Liam was too quiet. The jokester, the loudmouth, was withdrawn, huddled into himself, occasionally shivering despite the mild temperature. When Ben slammed the trunk shut, the sound was unnaturally loud in the muffled environment. It made us all jump. Liam let out that weird, choked laugh again. "Guess I owe you guys dinner," he said, but the attempt at humor fell completely flat. It didn't sound like him. It sounded forced, hollow, like a bad actor reading a line. Chloe shot him a sharp look, a mixture of fear and annoyance. "Just get in the car, Liam." As we climbed into the SUV, the familiar interior felt strangely alien. The windows were fogged up from the inside, mirroring the impenetrable gray outside. Ben started the engine, the sound a welcome intrusion into the oppressive silence. He turned on the wipers, clearing arcs on the windshield, revealing the swirling fog just inches away. He put the car in gear, navigating slowly, cautiously, back towards the main park road. Inside the car, the silence stretched, taut and uncomfortable. Usually after an adventure, even a slightly scary one, we'd be buzzing, reaching every detail, laughing at our own fear. Now, no one spoke. I glanced at the others. Chloe stared straight ahead, her knuckles white where she gripped the dashboard. Ben focused intently on driving, his brow furrowed. Liam sat slumped in the back seat beside me, staring out the window at the formless gray, his reflection a pale, indistinct mask. Did we all come back? The thought slithered into my mind, cold and unwelcome. We were 4 people who went into the fog, and 4 people came out. Simple math. But the distorted voices, the strange sounds, Liam's odd behavior, the pervasive sense of wrongness. Had something else joined us in that blinding mist? Had one of my friends gotten lost, truly lost? And something else, something that had been waiting in the fog, simply taken their place? Pretending. Watching. I looked at Liam's reflection again. Was that really him? I watched Chlu's rigid posture, Ben's tense shoulders. The paranoia, once a flicker, now began to bloom, ugly and insistent, in the pit of my stomach. The game wasn't over. Maybe it had just begun. The drive back from Presque Isle was agonizingly long, stretched taut by the suffocating silence within the confines of Ben's SUV. Outside, the fog gradually relinquished its grip as we drove further inland, thinning from an opaque wall to swirling tendrils, then just a hazy dampness clinging to the trees. The world slowly regained its shape and color, but inside the car, the oppressive gray atmosphere lingered, heavy and cold. sat in the back, nominally next to Liam, but I felt utterly alone, adrift in a sea of suspicion. I kept stealing glances at the others, scrutinizing every detail, every micro-expression, searching for the crack in the facade, the telltale sign that one of them wasn't them. Ben drove with a grim determination, his eyes fixed on the road, hands clamped tight on the wheel. Was his focus just the stress of driving after the disorienting fog? Or was it something else? A mask of concentration hiding what? Clue, in the passenger seat, kept fiddling with the radio, scanning through stations, finding nothing, the bursts of static and snippets of songs only adding to the jagged tension. It was unlike her. She usually preferred quiet or conversation. Was this nervous energy, or a deliberate attempt to avoid interacting, to avoid being scrutinized? And Liam Lyon was the most unsettling. He remained slumped against the window, almost too still. A couple of times I thought I saw his lips move slightly, as if whispering to himself, but when I strained to hear, there was nothing but the hum of the tires on the wet pavement. Once, Ben asked him a direct question about grabbing dinner on the way back Liam's treat. Supposedly, and Liam just grunted noncommittally, his gaze remaining fixed on the passing scenery. The easygoing, wisecracking Liam I knew would have launched into a debate about pizza versus burgers, complaining good-naturedly about being the loser. This silent, withdrawn version felt profoundly wrong. About an hour into the drive, Chloe finally broke the silence. "My God, I'm never camping near Lake Erie again," she said, her voice trying for lightness but coming out thin and shaky. That fog was terrifying. I seriously thought I was lost forever. "Yeah, it messes with your head." Ben agreed, his voice tight. He glanced in the rearview mirror, his eyes briefly meeting mine. I couldn't read his expression. Was it shared fear, or was he gauging my reaction? Total whiteout. Liam mumbled from his corner, not turning around. Couldn't see a foot in front of my face. His voice was monotone flat. It lacked his usual resonance. It sounded like he was reciting a line he'd been practicing. Did anyone else hear things? I asked tentatively, the question hanging heavy in the air, voices sounding weird, distorted. Chlo hesitated. "I don't know. Maybe everything sounded muffled, echoey. It was probably just acoustics, the way sound travels in thick fog." She sounded like she was trying to convince herself as much as me. "Yeah, acoustics." Ben echoed quickly, a little too quickly. Liam said nothing. He just shifted slightly, pressing his forehead against the cool glass of the window. No one wanted to acknowledge the true strangeness, the chilling wrongness of what we might have heard, the feeling that went beyond simple disorientation. They offered rational explanations, plausible deniability. But the fear in Chloe's voice, the tension in Ben's shoulders, Liam's unnerving silence if it told a different story. Or maybe my own burgeoning paranoia was painting their normal reactions with sinister hues. That was the hell of it. I couldn't be sure. The rest of the drive passed in similar strained silence. We dropped Liam off first. He got out of the car without a real goodbye, just a muttered, "See ya," before disappearing quickly into his apartment building, not looking back. It wasn't like him at all. Then Chlu, who gave Ben and me a tight, forced smile and a quick hug that felt brittle. "Call me tomorrow," she asked, but her eyes darted nervously, not quite meeting mine. I nodded, but we both knew something had fractured. Finally, Ben dropped me off. "You okay?" "Amelia?" He asked, his brow furrowed with what looked like genuine concern. I don't know, Ben." I confessed, my voice barely a whisper. Something felt really wrong back there, in the fog. And now, he sighed, rubbing his eyes tiredly. It was scary, Ames. Really scary. Fog does weird things. Plays tricks on your senses, your mind. We're probably all just shaken up. Get some sleep, okay? We'll talk later. He tried for a reassuring smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Sleep didn't come easily that night, or any night since. When I did drift off, nightmares plagued me, endless swirling gray, distorted voices calling my name from the mist, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes, the faces of my friends morphing into something unrecognizable. I replayed every moment of that game, every weird sound, every unsettling glance afterward. The memory of Liam's hollow laugh echoed in my mind. Chloe's averted gaze, Ben's quick dismissal of my fears. We tried to talk later, as Ben suggested. We even met for coffee a week after the trip, but it was useless. The easy connection was gone, replaced by suspicion and awkward silences. I couldn't shake the feeling that one of them wasn't real, and they, in turn, seemed wary of my intensity, my obsessive questions about the fog, my constant, scrutinizing gaze. Maybe they thought I was the one who had changed, that the fear had unhinged me. Perhaps it had. Chloe stopped returning my calls after a while. Ben remained friendly, but distant, our conversations carefully avoiding any mention of Preskeisel. And Liam, I saw him once across a crowded street a few months later. He looked pale, thin, and when his eyes met mine, there was no recognition, just a blank, cold stare before he turned and hurried away. Was it really him? Or was the thing that came back in his place simply shedding the last vestiges of his personality? I don't know. I will never truly know. That's the enduring horror of it all. There's no monster to fight, no ghost to exorcise, just the gnawing uncertainty, the insidious doubt that burrows into your soul. Was it all just a product of fear, stress, and the disorienting power of nature? Did the fog simply amplify our anxieties and warp our perceptions? Or did we stumble into something ancient and unknowable lurking within that sudden, blinding mist off Lake Erie? Did suggesting that one last, stupid game of tag seal someone's fate, allowing something else to slip into our world, wearing the skin of a friend? Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I stand in front of the mirror and stare into my own eyes for a long time, searching for any sign of unfamiliarity, any flicker of alien consciousness behind my own reflection. I check my driver's license. Amelia Moore. That's me, I think. But the fog was so thick, we were all separated. Who's to say what truly came back? My name is Amelia Moore, and I think suggesting that game in the fog at Presque Isle was the deadliest mistake of my life. Because I'm still playing every single day. Watching, waiting for the slip up, terrified I'll find it. More terrified I won't. My name is Lucas Martin, or at least that's the name people know. The man attached to that name these days, well, he's mostly a ghost, haunted by echoes and shadows that cling tighter than the damp morning mist in the light gorge. It feels important to say that up front, because if you're reading this or hearing this, you need to understand that the narrator isn't entirely reliable. Not because I intend to deceive you, not anymore, but because I spent so long deceiving everyone else, especially myself, that the truth got buried under layers of carefully constructed bullshit. It's a heavy thing, guilt. Heavier than any pack I've ever carried. It all comes back to Ben Miller. He wasn't my oldest friend, not by a long shot, but he'd quickly become one of the best. We met through a mutual acquaintance, bonded over a shared, slightly nerdy obsession with craft beer and ridiculously difficult board games. Hiking came later. I was the experienced one, the guy who'd spent years scrambling over rocks in the Poconos, ticking off sections of the Appalachian Trail, always searching for that perfect vista, that rush of conquering a challenging climb. Ben was enthusiastic but green. He'd done some day hikes, sure, mostly flat, will maintain trails in state parks closer to Philly. He trusted me. That was the thing. He trusted my judgment, my experience. He saw me as the seasoned outdoorsman, the guy who knew the ropes, literally and figuratively. And I liked that. Ego's a funny thing, isn't it? It puffs you up, makes you feel capable, infallible even, until it leads you somewhere you should never have gone. Our trip to Lehigh Gorge State Park was supposed to be epic. Ben's first real multi-day backpacking trip. I'd sold him on it for months. Miles of rugged trail, Lucas, I'd said, painting pictures with my words. Following the Lehigh River, steep valley walls covered in trees, remnants of old railroads and canals everywhere. History, man! And a serious workout. I showed him photos online, the dramatic bends in the river, the lush forests, the stone skeletons of old locks and tunnel entrances peeking through the trees. He was hooked. He bought new boots, a better pack, asked endless questions about gear food, water filtration. His excitement was infectious, a bright counterpoint to the cynicism that had started creeping into my own hikes. Maybe I needed his fresh perspective as much as he needed my guidance. We set off on a Friday in late September. The air had that crisp edge to it, the promise of autumn nipping at the lingering summer warmth. The foliage hadn't quite turned, but hints of gold and red were starting to speckle the endless green canopy. The plan was simply hike the main Lie Gorge Trail south, camp near one of the designated spots, maybe explore some side trails if we felt ambitious, and hike back out Sunday. Standard stuff. The main trail itself is mostly a wide, relatively flat path following the old railroad grade along the river. Scenic, absolutely. Challenging, not particularly, not for someone like me. And that's where the first crack appeared, not in the trail but in my patience. The first few miles were fine. We talked, laughed, pointed out hawks circling overhead, marveled at the sheer scale of the gorge. Ben was loving it, taking pictures, commenting on every little detail. But the path bit just went on and on. Crushed gravel underfoot, mile after mile. It was easy walking, almost too easy. My legs, accustomed to steeper climbs and more technical terrain, felt underutilized. My mind, always restless, started to wander. I kept checking my watch, then my map. We were making decent time, sure, but it felt tedious. Like walking down a very long, very pretty driveway. "This is great, Lucas," Ben said, stopping to admire a cascade tumbling down the rock face opposite the river. "Just beautiful." "Yeah, it's nice," I replied, my eyes already scanning the topo lines on the map again. "But it's pretty much the same view for the next 10 miles. A flicker of impatience, maybe dismissal, in my tone. Ben caught it. "You bored already?" he asked, a slight smile playing on his lips. No, I lied quickly. Just thinking ahead, planning our pace. But I was bored. And worse, I felt a familiar itch, the desire for something more demanding, something that felt like a real accomplishment, not just a riverside stroll. That evening, huddled around our small campfire at a designated site miles down the trail, the river whispering nearby, I unfolded my map again under the beam of my headlamp. It was an older topographical map, one I'd picked up at a used bookstore years ago, more detailed than the standard park brochure map. My finger traced the main trail, then drifted upwards, away from the river, following the fainter contour lines. And there it was. A thin, dotted line, barely visible, marked our grade. Old railroad grade. It cut diagonally up the gorge slope, seemingly bypassing a long, meandering loop of the main trail, potentially shaving off miles and, more importantly to my restless mind, offering a steeper, more direct route. It appeared to rejoin the main trail further south, possibly near one of the old tunnels, maybe Glencoe or Turn Hole. The map wasn't entirely clear on the modern names, just marking a tunnel. "Hey Ben, check this out," I said, excitement replacing the earlier boredom. I pointed to the faint line. "See this? Looks like an old railroad bed. Probably hasn't been used in decades. According to this, it cuts straight up and over this ridge, meets back with the main trail down here." I tapped the map further south. "Could save us a couple of hours tomorrow, and it looks like it goes right past an old tunnel entrance. Way more interesting than just walking the towpath." Ben leaned closer, squinting at the map. "An old railroad grade. Is that like an actual trail?" "Probably overground," I admitted, downplaying the potential difficulties. "But passable. These old grades are usually pretty stable." "Just steep. It'll be an adventure." "Way better than this flat stuff." My ego was back in the driver's seat now, envisioning us conquering this forgotten path, arriving at our next campsite flushed with the success of our discovery. Ben looked hesitant. "I don't know, Lucas. The main trail is right here. We know it's safe. Is it smart to go off trail? Especially on something steep. My boots aren't even fully broken in yet." "Ah, don't worry about it." I waved his concerns away, perhaps a little too quickly. "It's on the map, isn't it? Someone surveyed it. How bad can it be? It'll be a bit of a scramble, sure. But think of the story. The time we found the secret shortcut through Lie Gorge. Come on. Where's your sense of adventure?" clapped him on the shoulder, injecting false confidence into my voice. I know what I'm doing. We'll take it slow if we need to. It'll be fine. He still looked uncertain, chewing his lip as he stared at the dancing flames. The sounds of the forest seemed to press in closer, the chirp of crickets, the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush, the ceaseless murmur of the river. Eunice flickered in his eyes. "Are you sure it's a good idea, Lucas?" "Positive," I declared, folding the map with an air of finality I didn't truly feel. Deep down, a tiny voice whispered caution, reminded me of Ben's inexperience, of the what-ifs. But the lure of the shortcut, the appeal of escaping the mundane trail, the boost to my own self-image as the intrepid explorer, it was too strong. I silenced the voice. "It'll be an adventure," I repeated, forcing a grin. "Trust me." He eventually nodded, though the reluctance never quite left his face. "Okay, Lucas, if you think so. Trust me." Those words hang in the air now, heavy and cold. He trusted me, and I led him right into the heart of my own deadly mistake, fueled by boredom and pride. As we packed up the next morning, leaving the safety of the marked trail behind a bushwhack towards that faint dotted line on an old map, the sun struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead. The air felt heavier, the silence deeper, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the leaf litter. The adventure was beginning, and Ben's life was beginning to run out. Leaving the wide, manicured surface of the main trail felt like stepping off a pier into murky, uncertain water. The transition was immediate and brutal. What looked like a faint line on my old map translated on the ground to a barely discernible indentation in the dense undergrowth. Briars clawed at our clothes and skin. Unseen roots threatened to trip us with every step. And the incline, gentle at first, quickly ramped up, turning our steady walk into a laborious climb. "Lucas, man, this is rougher than I thought." Ben puffed, pausing to pull a thorny vine off his sleeve. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead, and his breathing was already ragged. "Are you sure this is right?" Yeah, just gotta push through the initial bit," I replied, trying to sound confident, though a seed of doubt was trying to sprout in my own mind. The map hadn't shown this level of overgrowth. "These old grades always get reclaimed by the woods first near the bottom. It'll open up higher up, you'll see." I forged ahead, swatting branches out of my face, driven more by the unwillingness to admit I might have misjudged than by any real certainty. My own legs were burning, my lungs working hard, but pride is a powerful fuel. Admitting defeat, turning back to the boring main trail. Unthinkable. We climbed for what felt like an hour, though it was probably less. The forest was dense and silent, swallowing sound. No birdsong reached us here, just the rasp of our breath, the crackle of dry leaves underfoot, and the occasional curse muttered as one of us stumbled or got snagged. Ben was falling behind more frequently. "Need a break, Lucas?" He called out, his voice strained. He leaned against a thick oak, chest heavy. "Seriously, and maybe we should, reconsider. This doesn't feel like a trail." Impatience flared in me, hot and unwelcome. We were losing time, not gaining it. "Come on, Ben, we're almost there." Turning back now would be stupid. We've done the hardest part. Another lie. I had no idea if the hardest part was behind us or looming just ahead. Just keep moving. It levels out soon, I'm sure of it. I didn't wait for his reply, just pushed onward and upward. I could hear him struggling behind me, his footsteps heavier, slower. A part of me, the decent part, felt a pang of guilt. He was clearly out of his depth, relying entirely on my judgment, and I was pushing him too hard, too fast, on a path I hadn't scouted and knew nothing about beyond a line on paper. But the larger part, the ego-driven, impatient part, just wanted to reach the top, to be proven right, to feel the rush of accomplishment. My accomplishment, the terrain steepened further. We were clearly on the old railroad grade now, a narrow shelf cut into the side of the gorge, but time and nature had done their work. Washouts had eroded sections, leaving treacherous dips. Loose scree and shale coated the surface, shifting unpredictably under our boots. To our left, the ground dropped away sharply, the trees below looking distant and indistinct through the foliage. To our right, the slope rose steeply, thick with trees and shadowed rock. And then ahead, I saw it. A dark archway, almost swallowed by ivy and most the entrance to the old tunnel. Turnhole tunnel maybe, or one like it. Its presence was heavy, unsettling. A gaping maw in the mountainside, exhaling cool, damp air that smelled of wet stone and decay. See! Told you! I yelled back to Ben, pointing, a surge of triumphant relief washing over me. There's the tunnel! The map was right! We're almost back to the main trail. Ben finally caught up, breathing hard, his face pale and streaked with dirt. He eyed the tunnel entrance warily. Looks creepy. It's just an old train tunnel. I scoffed, already moving towards it, eager to inspect it closer and, more importantly, find where the grade path continued beyond it, probably full of bats. Come on. The ground near the tunnel entrance was particularly bad. Decades of water runoff from the slope above had deposited slick mud and loose, sharp-edged rocks across the path. The edge of the grade seemed narrower here, the drop-off more precipitous. Careful here, Ben, I said, stepping gingerly myself. It's slick. He was right behind me, maybe 10 feet. I heard a sudden skittering sound, the unmistakable grind of boot soles searching for purchase on loose rock. A sharp, "Choke cry, Lucas!" I spun around just in time to see it. Ben's feet went out from under him on a patch of wet shale. His arms flailed, grasping at empty air. For a horrifying, suspended moment, he seemed to hang there, silhouetted against the dark backdrop of the tunnel entrance. Then, with sickening speed, he vanished over the edge. The sound was horrific. A brief, tearing noise as he perhaps snagged on branches, followed by a series of dull, heavy thuds that seemed to echo unnaturally in the confined space of the gorge. Then silence. A profound, ringing silence that pressed in on my ears. Ben. My voice was a strangled whisper. Ben. I screamed his name, raw panic tearing through me. My first instinct was pure, unadulterated terror. Not just for Ben, but for myself. Oh God, oh God. What happened? What'd I do? They'll blame me. This shortcut. My idea, I pushed him. The thoughts raced, a cold, selfish calculus overriding the shock. He slipped. He just slipped. The ground is bad here. It was a tragic accident. My legs felt like lead, but adrenaline forced me to move. I scrambled to the edge, heart pounding against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. Peering down through the undergrowth, my blood ran cold. He lay about 20, maybe 25 feet below, a crumple at an unnatural angle against of a thick hemlock tree. He wasn't moving. A dark stain was already spreading on the rocks beneath his head. Ben, can you hear me? I yelled, my voice cracking. No response. Just the rustle of leaves disturbed by a faint breeze and the distant, indifferent murmur of the high river far below. Panic threatened to engulf me entirely. I had to get down there. I half slid, half climbed down the steep embankment, loose rocks skittering away beneath my boots, tearing my hands on roots and sharp stones. Reaching him felt like wading through treacle. He was unconscious, breathing shallowly. His eyes were closed, one side of his face already swelling, blood matting his hair. His arm was twisted at a sickening angle. Really bad. Okay, think. First aid. My training kicked in, a detached mechanical process overlaying the terror. Check airway, breathing, circulation. He was alive, but barely. He needed help. Real help. And the lie solidified. It wasn't a choice anymore. It was a necessity, a shield against the crushing weight of what I had done. I couldn't possibly explain the shortcut, my recklessness, my dismissal of his fears. No, he had slipped near the tunnel. Maybe he got spooked by something, an echo, a bat flying out, the darkness, yes, the tunnel. The creepy tunnel made him lose focus, lose his footing on the already treacherous ground. It was plausible. It had to be plausible. Getting him out was impossible alone. He was dead weight, and the slope back up to the grade was treacherous even for me. I had to go for help. Leaving him there felt like a betrayal, another layer of failure. But there was no other option. I made him as stable as I could, checked his breathing again, whispered a useless, "I'll be back," and started the torturous climb back up to the railroad grade. Every step away felt like a physical blow. The silence of the woods seemed accusatory. I forced myself not to look back. Once on the grade, I didn't continue south towards where I thought the shortcut might rejoin the main trail. That route was unknown, potentially just as bad. No, I turned back the way we came, scrambling down the overground slope towards the distant, safe, boring main trail. It was longer, agonizingly so, but it was the only way. As I half ran, half stumbled back, tripping, cursing, ignoring the branches whipping my face, I rehearsed the story in my head. We were hiking the main trail, decided to check out the old tunnel entrance, got a bit too close. Ground was loosed. Ben slipped. Terrible accident, tried to help him, and had to go for rangers. Omit the shortcut. Omit the map. Omit the argument, the pressure, the ignored warnings. Omit my fault. It took what felt like an eternity, but I finally burst back onto the main trail, gasping for breath, scratched, muddy, wild-eyed. I flagged down the first hikers I saw, babbling about an accident, a fall, my friend needing help. They had a satellite messenger. They called the Rangers. When the Rangers arrived, their faces grim and professional, I told them the story. A carefully constructed lie. I pointed vaguely back up the slope towards the tunnel, describing the treacherous footing near the entrance, how Ben had just lost his balance. I mentioned the eerie feeling around the tunnel, the weird acoustics, maybe suggesting he'd been startled. My voice shook, but I attributed it to shock and fear for my friend. They listened patiently, took notes, dispatched a rescue team. They looked at me with sympathy. They believed me, and the heaviest stone settled in my gut. The lie was told the cost was already being paid, but only I knew the real currency. The rescue operation was a blur of grim efficiency. Ropes, stretchers, paramedics with serious faces, the distant whir of a helicopter chopping through the gorge's heavy air. I watched from the main trail, wrapped in a borrowed emergency blanket, fielding questions from a state trooper while the Rangers coordinated. I repeated my story, the fabricated sequence of events, sticking to details I'd rehearsed during that panicked scramble back. The treacherous footing near the tunnel, Ben's momentary lapse in concentration, perhaps startled by the tunnel's darkness, the tragic slip. They nodded, their expressions sympathetic, attributing my shivering to shock rather than the icy dread coiling in my stomach. Ben didn't die there on the rocks. They airlifted him out, stabilized him just enough. But the damage was done. Severe head trauma, spinal injuries, multiple fractures. He lingered in a coma for 3 agonizing weeks before succumbing to complications. 3 weeks during which I had to face his distraught family, offer hollow words of comfort, recount the sanitized version of their son's last conscious moments. Looking into his mother's tear-filled eyes and repeating the lie felt like swallowing shards of glass. They thanked me for staying with him, for getting help. They called me brave. Each word of misplaced gratitude was another turn of the screw. The official investigation was brief. My testimony was the primary account. The location, while near the main trail, was known for loose rock and steep drop-offs near the tunnel approaches. Ben's relative inexperience was noted. It was ruled a tragic hiking accident. Case closed. No fault assigned. Beyond the inherent risks of the wilderness, my lie had become the official truth, etched into reports and records. I was free, or so I thought. At first, there was a twisted sense of relief. I navigated the immediate aftermath, avoided blame, preserved my reputation. I tried to slip back into my old life, pushing the memories of the gorge, the shortcut, the fall deep down. I went back to work, met friends for drinks, pretended everything was normal. But the normal I knew was gone, shattered like Ben's body on those rocks. A chasm had opened within me, and the lie sat at the bottom, cold and heavy. Sleep offered little escape. Nightmares became frequent companions, flashes of Ben falling, the sound of rock sliding, his accusing eyes staring up at me from the forest floor. I started avoiding hiking, then avoiding parks altogether. Being surrounded by trees, the silence of nature felt suffocating, accusatory. The wilderness I once sought for solace now felt like hostile territory. Then the other things started, subtle at first. It began during solitary walks, even just around my suburban neighborhood at night. A faint sound persistent, just at the edge of hearing, the crunch of footsteps on gravel or loose stone, trailing just behind me. I'd whirl around, heart leaping into my throat, but there was never anyone there. Just the empty sidewalk under the streetlight or the quiet path winding through the local park. I tried to rationalize it nerves, echoes, my own footsteps sounding strange. But the sound was too distinct, too specific. It was the sound of boots on the treacherous scree of that railroad grade. Weeks turned into months. The phantom footsteps became bolder, more persistent. Sometimes they sounded heavy, labored, like Ben struggling up the slope. Other times frantic, skittering, like the last moments before the fall. They followed me home, echoing in the hallway outside my apartment door late at night. I started wearing headphones constantly, blasting music to drown out the world, to drown out the relentless crunching that wasn't really there. Then came the whispers. It started like the wind sighing through pines, a low murmur I couldn't quite make out. But gradually, it coalesced into a voice, Ben's voice. Not loud, just a breath against my ear, carrying on the breeze when I least expected it. Outdoors was worse, but sometimes, even in the dead quiet of my own apartment, I'd hear it. Shortcut, blue cask. Why didn't you listen? Steep too steep. And the worst one, the one that made my blood run cold every single time. You pushed me. It wasn't a literal accusation, not always. Sometimes it felt like he meant I pushed the pace, pushed him beyond his limits. But other times, lying awake in the dark, the whisper felt more direct, more chilling, as if accusing me of something even more sinister than negligence. Had I hesitated? Had some dark, fleeting part of me been relieved when he fell, silencing his complaints, ending the challenge to my authority? The thought was monstrous, but the whisper fed it. I nurtured the dark seed of doubt within my already fractured psyche. I became withdrawn, paranoid. Friends noticed the change, my jumpiness, my avoidance, the dark circles under my eyes. I deflected their concerns with vague excuses about stress, work, grief. How could I tell them I was being haunted by the ghost of the man I'd led to his death? Or worse, haunted my own suffocating guilt manifesting as footsteps and whispers. I tried everything to make it stop. Therapy briefly, but how can I talk about the haunting without revealing the lie that birthed it? I researched Light Gorge, desperately seeking alternative explanations. Were there local legends, ghost stories associated with the tunnel, tales of hikers vanishing or hearing strange things? I found vague mentions of the area's industrial past, accidents during the railroad construction, the inherent dangers of the terrain, but nothing concrete, nothing that offered a convenient scapegoat for the crunching footsteps or the accusing whispers that sounded so much like Ben. There was no vengeful spirit of the gorge, no cursed tunnel reaching out to claim victims. The horror wasn't external. It resided within me. The haunting was the sound of my own conscience, amplified by the silence I maintained. It was the echo of my failure, my arrogance, my deadly mistake. I know now, with chilling certainty, that it wasn't the gorge's fault. It wasn't Ben's fault for slipping. It wasn't bad luck or some supernatural influence from the tunnel. It was mine. My impatience, my ego, my reckless decision to take the shortcut, my criminal negligence in ignoring Ben's fear. I pushed him to attempt something he wasn't ready for, pushed him past his limits, pushed him onto that treacherous patch of ground. Whether my hands physically touched him or not is irrelevant. My actions led him over that edge as surely as if I had shoved him. But I can't admit it. Not now. Not after the lies, the investigation, the sympathy I accepted under false pretenses. Confessing would unravel everything, dredge it all back up, inflict more pain on his family. It would mean facing the totality of what I am. So, I remain silent, and the haunting continues. The phantom footsteps are my constant companion on any path I walk, a steady, gravelly reminder. Ben's whispers ride the wind, weave through the silence, ensuring I never forget. You pushed me. It's the price I pay. The true cost of the shortcut wasn't just Ben's life. It was my own peace, my own sanity, sacrificed on the altar of my ego, buried under a lie somewhere in the suffocating silence of the light gorge. And I suspect it's a price I'll be paying for whatever remains of my wretched life, forever listening for footsteps that are only there for me. My name is Sophia Young, and some people might call mech particular. Others, less kind, might lean towards like obsessive or even paranoid. I prefer meticulous, careful, aware. In a world teeming with invisible threats, micrutants, the general grime of human existence, isn't a little caution just common sense? I wash my hands perhaps more than most. I scrutinize expiration dates with the intensity of a bomb disposal expert. I find comfort in sterile environments, in the predictable gleam of polished surfaces, in the sealed vacuum of packaged goods. So, yes, maybe I have a touch of what they label contamination paranoia. But is it paranoia if the dangers are real? If the microscopic world is constantly waging war on our very cells? I don't think so. I think it's vigilance, which makes my decision to go camping in the Pocono Mountains seem, in retrospect, utterly insane. Even at the time, it felt like a rebellion against my own nature. Why trade the controlled environment of my apartment for the unpredictable wilds? Why swap filtered air for pollen-laden breezes and stainless steel for dirt? Part of it, I suppose, was a need to prove something. Not to anyone else, I mostly keep to myself, but to the nagging voice inside my head that whispered I was letting my precautions shrink my world. That I was becoming a prisoner of my own meticulousness. The Poconos seemed like a manageable risk. Close enough to civilization if things went truly wrong, yet offering the illusion of wilderness of escape. I pictured crisp air, the scent of pine needles, the soothing crackle of a campfire under a canopy of stars, a reset, a way to reconnect with something fundamental, something clean, in its own earthy way. I researched campsites for weeks, looking for somewhere relatively isolated but still maintained. I settled on a spot nestled deep within a state forest area, accessible by a moderately challenging hike, enough to deter casual weekenders, I hoped. My gear was, naturally, impeccable. Brand new tent, still smelling faintly of plastic and factory sanitation, water filter rated for cysts and bacteria, plus backup purification tablets. Pre-packaged, freeze-dried meals that required only boiling water. Multiple bottles of hand sanitizer, biodegradable soap, and medical-grade antiseptic wipes. I packed layers of clothing, sealed in airtight bags. I felt prepared, armed against the wilderness not with survival skills, but with antiseptic barriers. The hiking was beautiful, I have to admit. Sunlight dappled through the dense canopy, the air smelled rich and loamy, and the only sounds were birdsong and the crunch of my boots on the trail. For a while, the anxieties receded. I focused on the physical exertion, the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other. When I finally reached the designated campsite, it was picturesque. A small clearing, relatively flat, with a pre-made stone fire pit. Hemlock and oak trees stood sentinel around the edges. It felt peaceful, secluded. Perfect. I set up my tent with practiced efficiency, laying down a ground sheet first, ensuring every zipper was tightly closed against potential insect intruders. I arranged my supplies neatly inside, organized by category. Only then did I allow myself to truly take in the surroundings. It was quiet. Deeper into the afternoon now, the birdsong had lessened. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. It was exactly the solitude I had craved. But solitude requires self-sufficiency, and my immediate need was for a fire. Not just for warmth as the evening cooled, but for boiling water for my meal and, frankly, for the psychological comfort of light pushing back the encroaching darkness. That's when the first hitch occurred. Firewood. The campsite description had mentioned available deadwood, but the area immediately surrounding my clearing was surprisingly picked over. Fallen branches were scarce, and what I could find was either damp and punky, or green to burn properly. I spent a good hour scouring the vicinity, venturing further and further from the tent, my initial sense of peace beginning to fray. The meticulous planner in me hadn't accounted for a lack of basic fuel. Annoyance pricked at me, then a sliver of unease. Darkness falls quickly in the mountains, especially under thick tree cover. Frustrated, I pushed through a denser section of ferns and underbrush, heading vaguely downhill, hoping to find a less frequented area. That's when I noticed the change. It wasn't abrupt, more like a slow fade. The vibrant greens of the forest seemed subtly muted ahead. The air felt heavier somehow. Stiller. I emerged into a different kind of woods altogether. This patch of forest felt wrong, sickly. The trees here stood awkwardly, some leaning at odd angles as if their roots were failing. Their bark wasn't just peeling. It looked sloughed off in unhealthy patches, revealing a pale, almost bruised-looking wood beneath. Many branches were bare, brittle and twisted, even on trees that still held some discolored leaves. There was an unusual lack of undergrowth, just packed, damp earth and patches of sickly yellow, gray moss that seemed to cling rather than grow. The ground squelched slightly under my boots. The healthy forest hum was absent here. It was unnervingly silent. And the growth sick on the bark, on the fallen logs littering the ground, there were strange fungal structures unlike any I'd ever seen. Not typical mushrooms, but bizarre, rubbery shelves and shades of sickly purple and dull orange, some oozing a faint, oily residue. Others were like calcified foam, brittle and strangely patterned. An unpleasant, faintly metallic or chemical smell hung in the air, mingling with the usual scent of decay. It wasn't the smell of healthy decomposition, it smelled like sickness. My instinct screamed at me. Wrong, unhealthy, contaminated, ever careful. A paranoid nerve ending I possessed was firing warning signals. This place felt diseased, blighted. The sensible thing, the Sophia thing, would have been to turn around immediately, hike back to the campsite, and make do without a proper fire, perhaps even pack up and leave. But the practical need, the frustration, and maybe that sliver of rebellious defiance that had brought me here in the first place argued back. It was just deadfall. Wood is wood, right? It was dry, at least brittle and strangely lightweight. There was plenty of it lying around, easily gathered. A fire was essential. Boiling water wasn't optional. Staying warm wasn't optional. I rationalized. Maybe it was just some localized tree blight, a natural, albeit ugly, part of the forest cycle. It probably wouldn't burn any differently. Hesitantly at first, then with growing resolve fueled by necessity, I began gathering the dead branches. I avoided touching the weird fungal growths as much as possible, selecting pieces that looked relatively clean, though none of them looked truly normal. The wood felt oddly porous, and snapped with a dry, hollow sound. As I gathered an armful, I tried to ignore the faint, unpleasant smell clinging to it, tried to ignore the way the discoloration on some pieces seemed to resemble spreading veins. I tried to ignore the deep, primal wrongness of the place. Carrying the bundle back towards my campsite felt like smuggling something illicit. I kept glancing back at the blighted patch, half expecting I don't know what. For the trees to watch me. Ridiculous. Yet, the feeling of unease intensified with every step away from that sickly grove. Back in the relatively healthy woods surrounding my tent, the contrast was stark. The air felt cleaner, the light brighter. I dropped the wood near the fire pit, brushing my hands vigorously on my trousers, suddenly acutely aware of anything I might have picked up. Dust, spores, residue. I used a generous amount of hand sanitizer, rubbing until my skin felt raw. The sun was dipping below the ridgeline now, painting the sky in lurid oranges and purples that felt less beautiful and more ominous. The temperature was dropping noticeably. I needed that fire. I arranged the strange, discolored wood in the stone pit, adding some birch bark I'd managed to find earlier as tinder. As I struck the match, holding it to the bark, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had already made a terrible, irreversible mistake. The wood wasn't just fuel, it felt like an invitation. An invitation for something from that blighted patch to join me in my isolated little clearing. The flame caught, licking at the strange wood, and the first wisps of smoke began to curl upwards into the twilight. The fire caught quickly, eagerly consuming the dry, brittle wood. But it wasn't the cheerful, crackling blaze I'd envisioned. This fire burned with a strange, almost sullen intensity. The flames themselves seemed off. Instead of the typical bright yellows and oranges, they licked upwards with streaks of sickly greenish yellow and an occasional flicker of deep, unnatural purple, but colors I'd seen in the fungal growths back in that diseased grove. It produced less heat than I expected for its size, a thin, unsatisfying warmth that barely pushed back the rapidly cooling mountain air. And the smoke, oh God, the smoke. It wasn't the comforting, woodsy scent of a normal campfire. It billowed thickly, a heavy, grayish plume tinged with the same disturbing colors as the flames. And it carried that smell, the faint, unpleasant odor I noticed on the wood itself, now amplified and intensified by the heat. It was a metallic, vaguely chemical scent, overlaid with something cloying and organic, like overripe fruit left to fester, or damp earth turned sour. It stung my eyes and scratched at the back of my throat, prompting a dry, rasping cough that felt disproportionate to the irritation. I kept shifting my position around the fire pit, trying to avoid the worst of the drifting smoke, but it seemed to follow me, clinging stubbornly to the air. Sitting there, bathed in the eerie, multicolored light, the solitude I'd craved began to feel menacing. The surrounding forest, now sinking into deep shadow beyond the fire's reach, felt vast and indifferent, but also somehow watchful. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a distant twig, normally just background noise, now sounded like a potential threat creeping closer. Was it just my nerves, amplified by the weird fire and the deepening twilight? Or was something genuinely unsettled by the fumes curling up from my contaminated fuel? The silence from the direction of the blighted patch felt particularly heavy, like a held breath. My meticulous planning had included bringing a simple pot for boiling water. I needed to eat, needed the calories after the hike. I filled the pot from my filtered water bottle, pure, safe water, and balanced it precariously on the stones of the fire pit, angling it to catch the weak heat. As the water slowly warmed, bubbles forming sluggishly on the bottom, I watched the strange smoke curl around the pot, wisps dissolving into the steam. A paranoid thought struck Meg was the smoke contaminating the water. Could airborne spores, released from the burning fungal remnants, settle on the surface? It slipped past the rolling boil. It seemed scientifically unlikely, but the pervasive wrongness of the situation eroded my rational mind. The very air felt thick with unseen particles. When the water finally boiled, I carefully poured it into the foil pouch containing my freeze-dried beef stew. The rehydrated meal normally smelled vaguely savory, artificial but acceptable. Tonight, however, the steam rising from the pouch seemed infused with the fire's unpleasant aroma. Or was I imagining it? I stirred the contents cautiously with my titanium spork. The light from the pulsing, oddly colored flames casting strange shadows across the lumpy mixture. My appetite, usually reliable after physical exertion, had vanished completely. Every cell in my body seemed to be screaming at me not to ingest anything prepared over this fire, anything exposed to this air. I forced myself to take a tentative bite. The texture was mushy, as expected, but the taste of it was undeniably tainted. A faint, metallic bitterness underscored the artificial beef flavoring. The unpleasant smokiness seemed to have permeated the food itself. I chewed slowly, mechanically, feeling a growing nausea. Was the taste real, or just a psychosomatic reaction, my contamination fears manifesting on my palate? I couldn't be sure, and that uncertainty was almost worse. I managed a few more bites before giving up, resealing the pouch and pushing it aside. The hunger pangs were preferable to the feeling of forcing down something potentially fooled. My throat felt tight, constricted. I drank deeply from my water bottle, hoping to wash away the taste, the sensation, the fear. As true darkness descended, the fire became the absolute center of my small universe. Beyond its flickering, unreliable light, the forest was an impenetrable wall of black. The strange colors of the flames, those sickly greens and unhealthy purples, painted the nearby trees and my tent in a grotesque, shifting light, making familiar shapes seem alien and threatening. The fire popped and hissed, but not in a comforting way. It sounded wet, somehow sputtering, as if pockets of moisture or resin were boiling within the diseased wood. Occasionally, a piece would collapse inwards with a soft, crumbling sound, releasing a fresh puff of acrid-colored smoke. I stayed out long after I normally would have retreated to the tent, neurotically feeding small pieces of the strange wood onto the embers. Driven by a primal fear of the dark, even though the fire itself felt like a source of contamination rather than comfort, my skin felt itchy, tight across my cheekbones. My eyes wouldn't stop watering. I kept rubbing my arms, imagining invisible specks of ash, spores, settling on me, working their way into my pores. Finally, exhaustion and the sheer unnerving quality of the firelight drove me into the relative sanctuary of my tent. I zipped it up tight, ensuring every mesh window was sealed, trying to create a barrier between me and the tainted air outside. The thin nylon walls felt pitifully inadequate. The faint, sickly sweet, chemical smell of the smoke still seemed to seep through. Sleep, when it finally came, was not restful. It was a plunge into vivid, terrifying nightmares, unlike any I'd experienced before. They weren't about specific threats or monsters. They were about process, about insidious growth. I dreamed I was back in the blighted patch of woods, but the fungal growths were moving, pulsing slowly in the dim light. I saw them spreading, tendrils like pale roots or mycelium extending across the forest floor, over the trees, consuming everything with a silent, relentless blight. And then the perspective shifted, and I felt the growth inside me, dreamed of microscopic spores inhaled from the smoke, taking root in my lungs, branching out through my airways like insidious white threads. I felt a crawling sensation beneath my skin, an unbearable itching, and in the dream, I clawed at myself, convinced I could see faint, web-like patterns, networks of fungal growth, spreading just beneath the surface, claiming my tissues, transforming me from within. It felt utterly, horrifyingly real. I woke up gasping, tangled in my sleeping bag, my heart hammering against my ribs. The tent was pitch black, silent except for my ragged breathing. Sweat beaded on my forehead, cold and clammy. The crawling sensation from the dream lingered, a phantom itch under my skin. I fumbled for my flashlight, sweeping its beam frantically across my arms, my legs, searching for any sign, any mark, any evidence of the nightmare's intrusion into reality. There was nothing, of course. Just pale skin, goosebumps raised in the cold air, but the feeling persisted. The conviction that something was wrong, not just outside the tent, but inside me. I felt contaminated, deeply, fundamentally violated on a microscopic level. I drifted in and out of sleep for the rest of the night, each descent back into unconsciousness bringing variations of the same theme, spreading. Contamination, internal colonization by something alien and diseased. Each awakening was a jolt of panic, a desperate check of my own body, a reinforcement of the fear. I heard sounds outside, the faint rustling, the distant hoot of an owl, but they sounded muffled, distorted, filtered through my terror, and the lingering miasma of the now dying fire. When the first weak, gray light of dawn finally filtered through the tent fabric, it brought no sense of relief, only exhaustion and a grim certainty. The nightmare hadn't just been a dream, it felt like a diagnosis. I unzipped the tent flap cautiously, peering out. The fire pit held only a pile of gray-white ash and a few blackened, crumbling chunks of wood. A faint tendril of smoke, still tinged with that wrong, chemical smell, rose sluggishly in the still morning air. The campsite looked drab and unwelcoming in the flat light. The beauty of the previous day was gone, replaced by a sense of lingering pollution. I had made a deadly mistake bringing that wood here, burning it, breathing its fumes. And the most terrifying thought, settling into my mind with cold finality, was that the mistake couldn't be undone. Packing up and hiking out wouldn't be enough. I was afraid, truly afraid, that I was bringing the blight back with me. Inside me, there was no thought of breakfast, no consideration for packing neatly. My only instinct was flight. As soon as the gray dawn provided enough light to see, I scrambled out of the tent, the lingering, full smell from the fire pit hitting me like a physical blow. I couldn't bear to look at the ashes, couldn't bear to think about the discolored wood that had fueled my nightmares. I worked with frantic, clumsy haste, tearing down the tent, stuffing it haphazardly into its bag without bothering to fold it properly. My sleeping bag, damp with nightmare sweat, was jammed in after it. Cooking pot, water filter, unused food pouches, everything was shoved into my backpack with trembling hands. My usual meticulousness was utterly gone, replaced by a primal urge to escape this tainted place. I didn't even retrieve the spork I'd used, leaving it lying near the cold, dead fire. Let the blight have it. Every sound in the woods seemed amplified, malicious. A snapping twig sounded like a cracking bone. The rustle of leaves felt like something slithering nearby. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I saw movement in the peripheral gloom between the trees, flashes of unnatural color reminiscent of the fungi. Was the blighted patch expanding, creeping closer during the night? The air felt heavy, stagnant, still carrying that faint, sickly sweet undertone. I practically ran the last few steps to the trail marker, shouldering my badly packed bag, and started hiking out at a pace far too quick for the terrain. The journey back was a paranoid ordeal. The dappled sunlight I'd enjoyed on the way and now seemed to highlight strange textures on the tree bark. Shadows seemed to wreath with imagined movement. I felt breathless, weak, but I pushed myself onward, fueled by adrenaline and terror. Was the weakness just from lack of food and sleep? Or was it the spores, the contamination, already taking its toll, weakening my system from within? The phantom itching under my skin returned intermittently, a maddening crawl just beneath the surface that made me want to tear at my own arms. I imagined mycelial threads, invisible networks, spreading through my bloodstream, mapping my veins. I stumbled frequently on roots and rocks I barely noticed, my focus entirely consumed by the need to get away, to reach safety. When I finally broke through the trees and saw my car parked at the deserted trailhead lot, a wave of hysterical relief washed over me. Civilization. Metal, glass, rubber, barriers against the encroaching wild. I fumbled with my keys, unlocked the door, and threw my pack onto the passenger seat. Before getting in, I caught my reflection in the driver's side window. Pale face, dark circles under my eyes, lips dry and cracked. I looked haunted. I scanned my visible skin, neck, face, hands searching desperately for any mark, any discoloration, any sign of the patterns from my nightmares. Nothing. But the absence of proof provided no comfort. I knew what I felt, what I feared was growing inside me. The drive home was a blur of asphalt and anxiety. I couldn't stand silence. It allowed the crawling sensations and the memory of the smoke smell to surface, so I blasted the radio, mindless pop music that felt jarringly disconnected from my internal state. Yet, even with the music pounding, my senses felt hyper-alert. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, not at the traffic, but at my own eyes, searching for any change. I compulsively rubbed my arms, scratched at my scalp through my hair. Did my breath smell faintly of that chemical sweetness? Was that a new freckle on my hand, or something else? I stopped only once, at a stark, brightly lit service station restroom. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, I stripped off my hiking shirt, examining my torso, my back, twisting to see every angle. My skin looked normal, perhaps slightly flushed from exertion and stress. But the feeling of contamination was absolute, a certainty lodged deep in my gut. I scrubbed my hands and arms with harsh industrial soap until they were red and raw. Arriving back at my apartment, my meticulously clean, controlled environment offered no sanctuary. Stepping inside felt like tracking mud across a pristine white floor. I felt like a vector, a carrier, bringing the insidious blight of the Poconos into my sterile refuge. The air inside, usually comforting in its filtered stillness, now felt suffocating, trapping me with my contamination. My camping gear never made it further than the entryway. The backpack, the tent, the sleeping bag, all of it felt irredeemably fouled. I couldn't risk washing it, couldn't risk spores lingering in the washing machine, escaping into my home. With a decisiveness bordering on mania, I dragged the entire load, my expensive, barely used equipment, down to the building's dumpsters, stuffing it deep beneath other people's refuse. I needed it gone, out of sight, out of my home. Then began the cleansing rituals. I threw the clothes I'd worn, hiking pants, shirt, socks, underwear, directly into the trash. I sealing the bag tightly. I stood under the shower for nearly an hour, the water scalding hot, scrubbing my skin with antiseptic soap until it burned. I scrubbed until I was raw, until the itching sensation was replaced by genuine physical pain, hoping to scour away the invisible tendrils I imagined clinging to me, penetrating my pores. But the contamination wasn't on my skin, it was in me. The hot water couldn't reach it. The soup couldn't neutralize it. In the weeks that followed, the obsession deepened. The apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a laboratory where I was the sole, contaminated specimen. I cleaned constantly, bleaching surfaces, washing my hands until they crack and bleed, but the feeling of internal uncleanliness persists. The nightmares haven't stopped, filled with spreading growths, silent colonization, my own body becoming a host for something alien and diseased. And I see things, or I think I do. In the shower, when my skin is wet, sometimes I catch a glimpse faint, fleeting patterns under the surface. Lacy, web-like networks that seem to follow the lines of my veins, most visible on my forearms and chest. Like mycelium spreading. Like the patterns on the strange fungi from that blighted grove. Are they real? Or am I losing my mind? My paranoia finally consuming my perception entirely. I stare into the mirror for hours, tilting my limbs under the light, searching, always searching. Sometimes I see them faint and undeniable. Other times, there's nothing but pale, abused skin. The uncertainty is maddening. I haven't left my apartment much. The outside world feels threatening, not because of its own germs, but because I fear spreading my contamination. What if I exhale spores? What if skin cells flake off, carrying the blight? The Pocanos feel simultaneously a million miles away and closer than my own skin. I threw out the wood, I threw out the gear, I scrubbed myself raw, but I can't escape the consequences of that one deadly mistake. Gathering the wrong firewood wasn't just careless, it was an invitation, and something accepted. Something followed me home, not in my pack, but in my lungs, in my blood, in the very fabric of my being. I don't know if this is a sickness, a fungus, a curse, or just madness blossoming from the seed of my own fear, but I feel it, growing, spreading, a silent internal blight. And I am terrified, terrified of what I brought back, terrified of what I am becoming.